Okay.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. Welcome to the grand finale of Sunzu, Avalon Consulting's National B School Case Study Competition. So Sunzu 2024 was a grand success. We've had the largest participation of teams across B schools in India. We've had over 2,700 teams registering for the competition from 37 of the leading B schools in the country. We had four cases. We had four cases that we floated this year, all from live projects executed at Avalon Consulting. We had 3 rounds of the competition. The cases were made more challenging this year, considering the advent of Gen AI. So in round one, for each of the cases, the teams had to look at market analysis as well as create a hypothesis of what they feel is the issue with the company. In round two, we looked at innovative solutions. And in round three, we asked the team to invest effort in creating a financial plan and look at other challenges. So these were some of the participating colleges in the competition. We've had, again, the leading B schools across the country. So we've all gathered here to have a crack at the winner's prize. So we have 6.5 lakhs of cash prize willing to be awarded. Along with that, we have the coveted PPI opportunities, which would be given out to the teams. I would now like to invite Santosh Sridhar, partner at Avalon Consulting, for his welcome address.
Thank you, Ayush. Good afternoon, everyone. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the grand finale of the Sun Tzu case competition. As you saw from the opening presentation, this is a platform where bright young minds from the top Indian B schools are getting a chance to work on solving real world business challenges. And as Ayush mentioned, the each of these business cases are inspired by real life client situations, and these are the kind of situations that we expect the young participants to face in their professional careers as well. Just to talk about Sun Tzu, this is a second edition of Sun Tzu, which we started in 2022. But the first edition was launched in 2007, and was run for almost a decade. And at that time, the objective was to give exposure of consulting situations to more MBA grads than what we were able to engage through our summer internships. And we also saw Sun Tzu as a way to connect with the young participants, young talent, and to understand the kind of thinking that they are having and the kind of perspectives that they are able to bring in. And we have always found that the different perspectives and the different approach that they are able to bring in to problem solving had given us a completely new dimension to our thinking as well. So they have never disappointed us on this front. When we initially started Sun Tzu, we probably had just about 10 institutes to start with and less than 100 teams. And as we saw from the presentation made just before, we have come a long way from there to include more B schools. We have 37 B schools now participating, and more than 2,700 teams participating from these B schools. So it's a huge effort from the team from Avalon to go through all these applications and the entries and to come to this stage. And I would like to congratulate each of the teams that are presenting today to have made it to this stage. As the teams who are presenting today will agree, this journey would have felt more like a marathon to them than a sprint, because they have persisted through this journey for more than 2 months, through various stages of elimination and selection, and also a process of rigorous coaching and guidance, which they got in the last stages when they made it to the finals. And this process for Avalon is also a very intense process, because our consultants are very deeply involved in this process for almost 4 to 5 months, starting from the planning for the event and building the case studies, and which are also not the same across all the stages, and to be deeply involved at every stage in the event for elimination, selection, and coaching the finalists. So unlike any other case study competition that the students might have participated in, the we hope that the learnings and reflections that they got through this participation process would have been great value add for them and would make them better professionals as they step into their careers. Now, we also see Sun Tzu as a barometer, or the popularity of Sun Tzu as a barometer of Avalon's growth as a firm. We have had great support and confidence of our clients, with whose support we have been on the vault list of top strategy consulting firms in Asia for almost a decade. And as the only Indian origin firm in that list, we consider ourselves as the flag bearers of Atmanirbhar Bharat in the consulting industry in India. And we also understand that this claim comes with a lot of responsibility uh, and a responsibility to continue to deliver excellent results to our clients. It also comes with the responsibility of expanding in size as a firm and also offer a wider range of services to be able to make an impact. And I can assure you that we have the ambition, intent, and plans to do that. And we'll be happy to report about it, about our progress on that in this forum in the future as well. Having said that, I would not like to take the attention away from the bright young talent who are joined today to take us through their case analysis. I wish them all the best for their presentations. But at the same time, I would like to add that winning today is not as important as what they've learned through this process and what they will learn from each other today. And the fact that they have made it here to present their cases makes them winners in their own right. I wish them all the best, and I welcome you all once again to the grand finale of the Sun Tzu competition. I would also like to give a special shout out to our judges who have supported us in this journey as clients and as friends of Avalon, and also for making time for this event. I hand it over back to Ayush to present.
Thank you so much, Santosh, for your encouraging words. I would now just like to take a moment to welcome our esteemed panel of judges. So, starting with Mr. Ashish Mohapatra, the co founder and the CEO of Off Business. So, Ashish Mohapatra is a remarkable entrepreneur and IIT graduate who has made waves in the startup ecosystem with his company Off Business, which is now valued at an impressive 40,000 crore rupees. Ashish's journey is a testament to resilience and innovation. And despite facing a whopping 73 rejections in a single year while he was pitching his ideas, he persevered and built Oxiso Financial Services, a fintech powerhouse that is transforming access to credit for businesses across India. Ashish is an inspiring figure in the tech landscape, demonstrating that with the grit and ingenuity, success is possible even in the face of adversity. A hearty welcome to you, sir. Also welcoming Mr. Vikash Mishra, the founder and CEO of Moving. Um, Vikash Mishra, the visionary co-founder and CEO of Moving, is a pioneering force in the EV industry. With a deep-rooted passion for sustainability and innovation, Vikash is driving Moving's mission to revolutionize urban transportation through eco-friendly mobility solutions. Under his leadership, the company is not only contributing to the reduction of carbon emissions, but also shaping the future of logistics and last mile delivery. His dedication to combining technology with sustainability makes him a standout leader in the rapidly evolving landscape of electric vehicles. Thank you so much, Mr. Vikash, for joining us today. Also introducing Mr. Nikhil Jaisinghani, who is the executive director of Polycab. He's a dynamic entrepreneur and influential leader who joined Polycab in 2012 and thereafter in 2021 was appointed as executive director. An alumnus of Kellogg School of Management, Nikhil has worked in different areas of sales, marketing, IT, production, and other support services, and currently heads the wires and special cable businesses, along with working as a change agent for the company. His vision for the future of technology and dedication to making a meaningful impact positions him as a key figure to watch in the industry. A warm welcome to you, sir. And now, introducing Mr. Raj Nair, the chairman of Avalon Consulting. Raj brings over 40 years of experience as a doer manager, entrepreneur, advisor, and mentor across various industries and countries. Currently, he serves as chairman of Avalon Consulting, Avalon Global Research, and Germinate Solutions Private Limited. As a strategy consultant, Raj has guided companies in India, the USA, Europe, and the Middle East in developing strategies, aligning visions, and enhancing customer focus. He's an IIT Bombay engineering graduate, holds a postgraduate degree in business management from IIM Ahmedabad, and has a law degree from the University of Mumbai. Thank you so much, Raj, for joining us today.
Thanks, Akansha. So I'll just introduce the event overview today, how the teams are going to present. We have 8 teams in the grand finale. Each team will have 15 minutes of presentation time, followed by 5 minutes of Q&A, where the judges will pose questions at them. The flow of teams is that we'll first start off with case one. We have 2 teams presenting per case, and then we'll move on to case 2, 3, and 4. Each team would be assessed by a judges panel on the analysis and recommendations that they are making, the presentation skills, and their responses in the Q&A round. So the analysis and recommendations has a 70% weightage, the presentation skills has a 20% weightage, and the Q&A round has a 10% weightage. So I'll go ahead and introduce the first case. First case is on Volt Fleet, founded in 2021. The company operates an all-electric last-mile logistics service in India with around 2,000 vehicles. It serves major e-commerce and FMCG firms in over 20 cities in India. Despite rapid growth, the company faces several challenges, several internal inefficiencies, and it's also facing the challenge of intensified competition. The question posed to them was, how can they overcome these challenges and hurdles and become EBITDA positive? So first, I'd like to invite Team Soldiers from IIM Lucknow. Over to you.
I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, please go on.
Thank you, Ayush. So we are Team Soldiers from IIM Lucknow, and today we are excited to present our strategic solution for Volt Fleet, an emerging player in the rapidly growing electrical vehicle sector. So let me start by highlighting a few key trends. The EV market in last mile delivery is growing at a staggering rate of 30%. By 2030, India aims for 70% of commercial vehicles sold to be electric, with 50% of the target focused on two-wheelers and three-wheelers. In fact, 25% of EV sales in India will stem from electrification of last mile deliveries. Major corporate like Amazon, Flipkart, Zomato, and big baskets are already accelerating EV adoption, which is spurred by total cost of ownership parity already reached in two and three wheelers, and with four wheelers expected to follow suit by 2025. This rapid growth has created a dynamic space for EV fleet operators, but with it comes intense competition. The majority of EV fleet operators are concentrated in tier 1 cities, with only a few expanding into tier 2 cities. Fleet size ranges from 20,000 to less than 1,000 vehicles. Volt Fleet, which was founded in 2021, has a fleet of 2,200 vehicles spread across four categories: two-wheelers, three-wheelers, L3 and L5, and four-wheelers. Volt Fleet has adopted a flexible ownership model comprising owned vehicle, leased vehicle, and driver-owned vehicles, which provides operational flexibility and reduces financial pressure. However, despite its promising position, the company faces several pressing challenges. This include a concerning 40% drop in utilization of two-wheeler over 9 months, less deployment in three-wheelers L5 category compared to other vehicle types, heightened tension from startups, inefficiency in operational processes, and weakening OEM partnership due to poor structures. Contact. To tackle these challenges, we have delved deeply into Wolfried's operation and the industry landscape. So, firstly, to understand the rule and regulation that governs and impact the EV fleet operators, we have identified three crucial areas that will dictate Wolfried's future trajectory: EV specific regulation, logistic policies, and gig worker regulation. For instance, the Central Motor Vehicle Rules specifies the tech safety requirements, and the government's scheme incentivizes manufacturer and consumers. While the expected launch of FAME 3 will further enhance scalability and cost efficiency, similarly, the national logistic policy aims to create significant, strategically located logistic park, reducing response times and opening up new opportunities for fleet expansion and optimization. However, rising labor costs due to gig worker regulation, which consists the provident fund, life insurance, health, and maternity, these could challenge operational efficiency, emphasizing the needs for better workforce management. Next, yeah. So as we delve into Wolfried's negative EBITDA, our primary focus has been to break down the key drivers behind the issues and identify the most impactful problems. Wolfried's profitability is currently under pressure due to main factors: low revenue and high cost. Starting with revenue, the primary challenges stem from four key reasons: the number of vehicle, deployment, utilization, and revenue per vehicle. Low deployment is influenced by factors such as inconsistent maintenance schedule and unreliable driver partners. Additionally, fleet expansion is constrained by geographical limitation, limiting the number of vehicles in operation. To increase utilization, Volfleet must address demand side fluctuation and its routing hub planning. Moreover, high competition from new entrants is squeezing its revenue per vehicle, which remains constant across regions. On the cost side, we have broken it down into direct and indirect costs. Direct costs are driven by issues like an inappropriate vehicle mix, ownership model inefficiency, and supply chain disruption caused by weak partnership with OEM. Indirect costs, meanwhile, are being exacerbated by delays in receivables, which impact cash flows and create further financial strain. As you can see from the issue tree, the highlighted areas represent the most critical challenges. For each of these challenges, we have proposed targeted solutions, which we will explore in detail as we progress.
We will be looking at the solutions from the issues identified from the issue tree priority wise. For every solution, our flow will be the existing issue, solution proposed, impact, and risk assessed. Our first solution addresses the issue of low utilization in two-wheeler and three-wheeler, which could be due to increased competition, vehicle breakdowns, vehicle efficiency drop due to aging of vehicles. Our first strategy is cross utilization, where the same rider handles multiple types of delivery orders, like Swiggy during lunch and dinner peaks and Flipkart during morning and evening slot. This strategy anticipates 13% revenue growth by maximizing the effective use of our fleet. However, it would increase wear and tear, so it is better suited for lease model. Also, scheduling, routing, and tracking will become more complex, requiring robust logistical solutions. Moving to multi-shift utilization, this involves using the same vehicle in different shifts, day and night by two riders. It is a direct approach to address underutilization, targeting a 10% boost in revenue. However, this approach brings its own set of challenges. There may not be enough time to conduct maintenance, and it would reduce buffer to manage unexpected surges in demand. Lastly, battery swapping is a strategy that allows drivers to swap depleted batteries with fully charged ones at charging station. It has the potential to reduce the risk of limited EV range. This strategy not only reduces vehicle downtime but is expected to improve revenue by 12%. Yet, the cost implications of owning and maintaining these batteries, along with the need for standardization across models, are potential hurdles. Next slide. Our second solution addresses the issue of poor maintenance processes, which have been a significant factor in low vehicle deployment rates. To combat this, we have instituted a monthly maintenance schedule that is determined by the hours of EV usage. Our maintenance checkpoints include electrical systems, battery health and performance, software updates, and mechanical components. We will have internal teams dedicated to routine checks, software updates, and roadside assistance in case of vehicle breakdown. For more substantial repairs and updates, we will lean on partnerships with OEMs, and for quality assurance, we will involve third party service providers. However, this initiative is not without challenges. Training and adaptation for our teams, managing the high maintenance cost, and resource allocation between maintenance and other operational activities are areas we would need to continuously address. A 7% revenue growth is projected from improved vehicle uptime. The next solution addresses the issue of unreliable delivery partners. We need to have strategies for gig workforce retention and payout. The gig economy is inherently flexible, yet this can lead to variability in driver availability, which impacts the deployment rates. To create a more reliable and satisfied workforce, we should offer competitive wages benchmarked with industry standards, flexible shift choices, allowing drivers to align work with personal schedules, performance-based rewards, and career advancement path to full-time roles. We would support these strategies with regular feedback sessions, community building activities, and providing continuous training and development on usage of vehicle, which will also increase the lifespan of vehicle. A 12% growth in revenue is expected, which is driven by a more engaged and stable workforce. But we need to be mindful of potential hurdles such as resistance to change, scalability across different regions, and the effectiveness of training program. Next. Coming on to the next solution, which addresses the issue of high direct cost and can be solved through strategic partnership with OEMs. We have implemented a four-step solution to enhance our partnership. First is we need to develop the product collaboratively, in which we should involve ourselves, our fleet operators, in the product development phase with OEMs, ensuring that the vehicles are tailor-made to our specific operational needs. Planning and forecasting to be done jointly, which would allow us to forecast demand more accurately and adjust production schedules in tandem with OEM partners and fleet operators. The contractual agreements are needed to be strengthened to include clauses that guarantee vehicle reliability and supply continuity, protecting our operations against unexpected disruptions. Agreements to be made with OEMs for further refurbishment of old EVs to increase their lifespan. Also, the OEMs should provide for telematics in EVs. These initiatives are projected to increase our EV efficiency by 15% and extend vehicle life by 18%. Although they do bring challenges such as dependency risk on OEMs and data sharing issues. Next, let's move to our strategy for new city entry. Addressing the issue of limited geographic reach, we will strategically expand into new markets to capture growing demand and diversify our revenue streams. The key factors we have considered includes existing demand and competition in new cities, existing infrastructure, gig workers, penetration in the city, and availability of DCO SFO models. We would be targeting new cities using weighted evaluation metrics on these factors. For entry, we would be forming city cluster partnerships with clients in which we will partner with existing new clients for entry into a cluster of cities located nearby rather than starting service in a single city. The targeted approach is projected to deliver a 30% revenue growth, although it requires significant upfront investments and involves risk related to funding.
Now, we will look at how differential pricing and transitioning to an asset light model can help Voltfleet optimize their vehicle mix and improve revenue per vehicle. First, let's talk about differential pricing across different tier cities. Voltfleet currently has uniform pricing across all cities, but this approach is causing two key problems. In tier 1 cities, the uniform price is too low, leading to low contribution margin and financial loss for Voltfleet. In contrast, customers in Tier 2 cities find the price too high, leading to dissatisfaction. The rider or partner payout need to be higher in the Tier 1 cities compared to the Tier 2 cities, thereby increasing the need of higher payments or revenue generated per vehicle. By implementing differentiated pricing, Voltfleet can create a win-win situation, aiming to strengthen our partnership with gig workers and small fleet owners through this initiative. Next, we recommend to shift towards an asset-light model, addressing high cost of ownership due to an inappropriate vehicle mix. Moving to a 50-50 mix of leasing and owning vehicles helps optimize cost. Leasing provides flexibility, lowers the initial capital investment, and leads to cost saving. Especially for two-wheeler and three-wheeler L3 categories, leasing is recommended since these are now readily available in cities and provide a comparable contribution margin and less capital outlay. However, for three-wheeler L5 and four-wheelers, owning might be preferred if you can negotiate better terms with suppliers or wait for more efficient models. And the concern is that whole fleet is undergoing high indirect costs due to delay in receivables. To solve this, we propose a proper receivable management framework to address the lapses which can be due to billing process, contract, or credit risk. A comprehensive process including credit checks, defining clear payment terms in contract, automated reminders, follow up with customer at regular intervals, enforcement of penalty, etc. need to be done. But there are some potential downsides that need to be addressed, like client relationship and resource intensiveness of the process. We believe this will result in an approximate 5% cost reduction. Moving forward, we believe Volt Fleet can have a three-pronged approach for OEMs, gig workers, and clients. Volt Fleet can cross-interact with them separately and align all together to improve services of the ecosystem as a whole. Now, since we operate in limited budget and operational constraint, we have used a Volt Fleet scorecard to rank the initiatives as per the target of the Volt Fleet: efficiency, revenue, cost, time, strategic positioning, and EBITDA form the key factors, with EBITDA being the highest weightage among all parameters to rank these strategies. Now, to implement these strategies in a phased manner, keeping in mind the constraint and desired outcome, we have divided each initiative into three phases. First being the preparation phase, where we will devise exact plan of execution. Then the execution phase to implement these strategies in a phased manner, keeping in mind the constraint and desired outcomes. For this, we divided each initiative into three phases. First being the preparation phase, where we will devise exact plan of execution, then the execution phase to implement the initiatives, and the evaluation and continuation phase to analyze the impact of changes with respect to desired goal and make necessary changes. Now, how does this affect our financial goal of becoming EBITDA positive? Since EBITDA can be considered either can be increased either by increasing revenue or by decreasing cost of both, we have categorized our initiative into suitable brackets. We expect that by month 3, we will be able to increase the contribution margin up to 18%, shrink the EBITDA and PAT margin to -11 and -32% respectively. By month 6, we believe to increase our revenue up to 132% of current revenue, mainly led by initiatives for increasing utilization and controlling costs. We also aim to increase contribution margin to 42% by month 6, thereby leading to positive EBITDA margin of 14%. In conclusion, the cost cutting and revenue boosting measures as per implementation plan can lead Freight to EBITDA positive levels by month 6 and PAT positive levels by month 9. Thank you very much. Thank you, team soldiers. I'll now put the judges on screen and open the Q&A round. Over to you.
Yeah, one quick question. This is Vikas from Moving. Look from the customer point of view. The customer is a typical e-commerce player or a FMCG company or a third-party logistics provider. How can we increase the revenue per vehicle per month to ensure that our top line increases with the same customer? At the same time, it doesn't impact the cost a lot because the recommendation that we are making in terms of increasing the driver cost, making it more competitive, giving more benefits and all, this is going to increase a lot of cost. But from a customer point of view, how do you think that we can ask for more revenue without impacting the overall cost of the customer?
So, thank you for the question. So, how we thought it is, as our first recommendation came up, the cross utilization thing, that the same driver can do the deliveries for two different partners. Like the same driver can do the Swiggy and Zomato delivery during the dinner and night hours, and the same driver can then come back and take up the Flipkart deliveries during the daytime. So this will not increase the cost as much, but at the same time, the utilization of the vehicle will increase, which will increase our revenue, and probably we can then give better prices to our clients, thereby getting more share of their wallet.
Just one more point also.
Yes,
Yeah,
just
just one more
on
point.
electricity part, because one of the cost is electricity. How can we manage that cost so that if we reduce that fuel expense that will be very also impactful for EBITDA perspective. So how do you think we can reduce the overall electricity expense in this fleet?
So, as it comes to the fuel expense, as you said, I think battery swapping is a good initiative for this. Although it increases our cost in terms of the partner OEMs that will be going, we will need to have vehicles which can have battery swapping feature. But at the same time, the overall cost of vehicle reduces. I don't need two vehicles to communicate. I just need one vehicle which can be swapped with battery and utilized in two shifts. So that way, not exactly the fuel cost will come down because that will exactly be the efficiency part, how much efficient our vehicles are, but the revenue per vehicle and the cost per vehicle will reduce.
Thank you.
Are there any more questions, Nikhil?
Yeah. So I think it's very critical to understand what is the company good at. What is the strength of the company? So because there are multiple things the company is trying to do, right? So there's delivery, there's a lot of tech, there's a lot of planning, there's maintenance and fleet management, which is a completely different part of the business. There's a charging ecosystem again, which is a very different part of the business. And these I would think are very different skill sets required. So what is the company typically good at, and how do you focus on fewer things and make them far better? Like like what Vikas also mentioned previously.
So yeah, I would like to answer that. So companies basically mode is to deliver. It is the last mile delivery solution provider. So it is basically focusing on that part. But what happens is alongside because of the things it is solving last mile delivery, it is able to develop some electric charge infrastructure. So that can be an additional part of the system. Also, it has because it has OEM partnership. It specializes in the manufacturing in the vehicle. It understands the ecosystem better, so it can partial gain from the sale of the vehicles too. It can partially get from the charging infrastructure it is able to build, but the focus is on the delivery part only. So most of the companies and the strength of the company lies in solving the last mile delivery, which is a critical aspect in any logistical system.
Yeah, you see, my view is that whenever you take up more sort of strategies, it actually you have to put. It's not just about the resources of funds that go behind it. It's the resources of mind, time, all of that go behind it, right? And you don't land up necessarily in focusing on the core. And that is why that question was coming in, because focus on the core is absolutely critical, and then getting your profit per X.
Exactly, so exactly. But the only reason I think this company is diverging into charging and all is that they have extra infrastructure from which they can get some additional revenue and balance their costs.
All right, thank you, team. I think we're at time as well. I would now call the next team, Team Strategic Trinity from IIM Shillong. Hi, team, if you can just put it on screen sharing.
Let us know if our screen is visible.
Yeah, it's visible, but can you go on full screen?
Yeah. Just a second.
All right, please start.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are Team Strategic Trinity from IM Shillong. Our team has Radhika, Jatin, and I, Hitanshu. So here we begin. First, we'll take you through the executive summary. Our client operates in the last mile logistics business. They have been facing various problems which have been affecting their financial position. Our objective is to consult them with the same. Our client operates in more than 20 cities across India and caters to three segments, namely e commerce, general logistics, and FMCG. To understand more about our client, we researched about last mile delivery market, read about the regulatory policies governing it, and saw the competitive landscape and were able to identify the top priority issues. In order to solve them, we analyzed the entire value chain, identified four broad areas, subdivided into five key problems, and devised strategies to solve them. These strategies were further divided into short term, medium term, and long term. The short term strategies can be rapidly executed, are less capital intensive, and provide immediate operational improvements. The medium term strategies will contribute to significant long term growth and efficiency, while the long term strategies will involve substantial investments in infrastructure, technology, and market expansion. As we can clearly see, these strategies will help the company move from a negative EBITDA margin to a positive EBITDA margin. We'll take you on how we arrived at these strategies in the subsequent slides. But before that, let's delve into the problem Bolt Fleet is facing. The major issue Bolt Fleet is facing is negative EBITDA margins, to approach which we saw the supply side and further analyze the value chain microscopically. We were able to identify issues and formulate hypotheses for the same. We'll take you through them one by one. First was disruptions in vehicle supply and unreliability, which was majorly due to challenges faced with OEM partnerships and reliance on outdated models. Next, we had low deployment of vehicles, majorly due to inefficient and broken maintenance processes and high dependency on third party charging infra. Next, we had underutilization of vehicles, majorly due to unreliable nature of gig workforce and lack of small volume orders for two-wheelers. We also had a problem of declining market share, majorly due to presence in limited geographies and operating in limited segments. We also had understaffing in critical departments owing to high attrition rates and poor workforce planning.
To validate these hypotheses, we did primary and secondary research and analyzed the data that was given to us. These are some of the insights. First, we got to know that the utilization rate for two-wheelers has declined month on month with only 20% of the two-wheelers being utilized in month of July, while the utilization rate for three-wheelers L5 fluctuates around 50%. Currently, the client relies entirely on gig workforce for its operations, making them unreliable during demand surge. If we talk about the ownership structure of vehicle, currently the client owns over 87% of the vehicle in its fleet, making it asset heavy and difficult to manage. Other than this, they also have a very high dependency on third-party charging, with 65% of L5 vehicles and 75% of four-wheelers being charged either at client's place or at third-party hub. The client has achieved 100% penetration in Tier 1 cities, but they have very limited presence in Tier 2 cities and no presence in Tier 3 and Tier 4 cities. Using these insights, we formulated strategies to solve the problem identified above and analyze the impact of regulatory policies on these strategies. We'll take you through the problems and the solutions we form one by one. The first problem we identified that the client is facing is disruptions in vehicle supply due to challenges faced in OEM partnerships, which leads to delay in receipt of vehicles, and reliant on outdated models, which leads to unreliability and ultimately untimely deployment. To solve this problem, we suggest the client to evaluate current OEMs based on key metrics such as vehicle build quality, performance, timely delivery, and after-sales support. Further, regulatory policies like phased manufacturing, production link incentive will attract more OEMs to the industry, giving client an opportunity to establish strategic partnership with top OEMs. These partnerships will not only help them with on-time delivery, but it will also help them in procuring high-quality vehicles, good after-sales service, and as the operations increase utilization and achieve an optimal mix of fleet. Another factor contributing to the problem is that over 87% of the fleet is company owned, with some vehicles being outdated, causing reliability issues. To solve this problem, we suggest the client to revamp the ownership type and consider leasing option for two-wheeler and L3 vehicles and shift to DCO or SFO model for L5 and 4-wheeler vehicles. As procuring vehicles through lease is not just more profitable, it makes the business asset light and give access to latest models. Moving on, the second problem we identified that the client is facing is low deployment of vehicle, mainly due to inefficient and broken maintenance process and high dependency on third-party charging infra. As we have already established that over 30% of deployed L5 vehicles are being charged at third-party hubs, which leads to vehicle downtime and low deployment rate. As we can see from the graph that approximately 2 crores of revenue was lost in the month of July due to low deployment of vehicles. To solve the problem of inefficient and broken maintenance process, we suggest the client to hire in-house technician, provide training to them on standard operating procedures and technological advancement, which will be further divided into 3 different levels: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. And to reduce the dependency on third-party charging, we suggest the client to form strategic partnership with clients who are already equipped with charging hubs for L5 vehicles, and in the long run, they should invest in setting up more charging hubs to establish a robust charging infrastructure. The impact of this strategy is that by achieving a deployment rate of more than 90%, the monthly revenue is expected to increase by 32%. Moving on, other than low deployment of vehicles, the client is also facing the problem of underutilization of deployed vehicles, mainly due to high reliance on gig workers. As we have already established that currently 100% of the workforce consists of gig workers, making it fully reliant on freelance labor model. This, combined with lack of small volume order for two-wheelers, leads to inefficient vehicle utilization. As we can see from the graph that approximately 3 crores of revenue was lost in the month of July due to low utilization of vehicles. To solve this problem, we suggest the client to hire permanent riders to reduce the reliance on gig workers during surge and achieve an optimal mix of gig and permanent workforce. Further, we suggest them to implement a performance scorecard and provide benefit to the riders like insurance, paid leaves, incentives, and loans. The regulatory policy affecting this strategy is Gig Workforce Bill, which, if implemented, will increase the operational cost, affecting the flexibility and cost efficiency of gig workers. In the long run, we suggest the client to enter into new segments with low volume orders to increase the utilization of two-wheeler fleet. The impact of this strategy is that by achieving a deployment and utilization rate of more than 90%, the monthly revenue will increase by 70%. Moving on, apart from all this problem, the client has also witnessed a decline in market share due to operations in selected geographies, as they are only present in 12 tier 2 cities, which restrict their customer reach and reduce the growth opportunities. To solve this problem, we suggest the client to expand into tier 2 and tier 3 cities, as data suggests that by 2030, 88% of the new online shopper will come from these cities. Further, we suggest them to set up operations in the south regions, as these cities have a robust charging infrastructure for electric vehicles, and their state government has introduced progressive EV policies aimed at fostering greener mobility. As we expand into the new geographies, it will not only boost our revenue but also strengthen the market position and establish the client as a leader in last mile logistics. As we can see from the graph that by 2030, 13% of the total revenue will come from these new cities.
Another reason for the decline in market share is the client's presence in limited segments. The client is missing out on opportunities in the rapidly growing quick commerce and food delivery sectors. These sectors are expected to grow at a CAGR of 15% from 2022 to 2029. The market leaders have presence across multiple segments, which is contributing to their higher growth. To venture into new segments, we suggest the client to partner with major food delivery and quick commerce companies. For example, Big Basket has planned to electrify 90% of its fleet, and Zomato has planned to electrify its entire fleet. So, a client can take advantage of such initiatives. Another thing that we would suggest in the long term is focus on expanding operations in tier 2 and tier 3 cities that have high demand. The client can also adapt its existing fleet with advanced features like temperature controlled storage, which will be leading to efficient deliveries. The regulatory policy, which will be acting as a tailwind for this, is firstly Delhi's aggregator policy, mandating more EV adoption in two-wheeler and four-wheeler fleets, and Maharashtra's state policy, which targets 25% EV adoption for fleet aggregators. The impact of this will be by March 2025, 10% of the entire revenue of the company will be coming solely from these two segments. The next problem is understaffing in critical departments like vehicle, driver partner, and small fleet owner sourcing. The major reasons for this is high attrition rates and poor workforce planning, which is resulting in understaffing and overburdening of the current team members. So, understaffing of critical teams is leading to unstable client relationships and loss of revenue, which is leading to financial instability. To overcome this, we suggest to hire employees in the middle management to focus on procuring high quality vehicles, driver partners, and SFOs. The impact of this, as we can see in the graph, is that the utilization rate will increase from 63% in October 2024 to 85% in March 2025. Here's how the client can position itself in the market, which will also help it pitch itself to partners and build more relationships. So, the client provides EV ecosystem solutions, including inter and intra city last mile delivery, charging as a service, multiple vehicle types in its fleet, EV lifecycle management solutions. It also provides EV as a service with operations that are backed by data, its expertise in last mile delivery in the last 3 years, providing comprehensive full stack logistic solutions, and its presence in multiple geographies. It also has the best in class EV fleet, and this is expected to improve further with its relationship with industry leading OEMs. The EV will be designed for Indian road conditions, equipped with high performance batteries, will be remotely trackable, ensure maximum payload capacity, will have the highest range in single charge, and rapid charging for reduced downtime. The offering to the riders will be higher earnings as the cost per kilometer is lesser, zero range anxiety, as the EVs will be offering highest range in single charge. EVs will be built for Indian roads, have the capacity to carry more load, and the riders will be offered additional benefits like health and accidental insurance.
Now, as we have covered all the strategies, we'll take you through the implementation phase. We have classified these strategies into smaller activities and subdivided them into short term, medium term, and long term. As we can clearly see, the existing negative EBITDA margins of the company will turn into positive and are projected to remain positive in the long run. Also, we have done a 360-degree approach to identify high impact solutions. We took the major KPIs, gave them equal weightages, and on the basis of which, we found out that hiring in house technicians and entering new segments are the highest prioritized strategies. Next, we also created a summary of the financials. This is the 5-year financial outlook, which shows that the top line is projected to sustain a CAGR of 16% and the EBITDA margins are expected to recover in the near term. Next, we have also created the balanced scorecard, which gives the key focus areas for the companies, that is, its financials, stakeholders, internal processes, and learning and growth.
With this, we come to an end of our presentation. We would like to extend our sincere thanks to Mr. Akash Gupta, co-founder and CEO Zip Electric, Mr. Abhishek Doshi, Senior Product Manager Delivery, professors at IIM Shillong, and delivery partner with whom we had in-depth interview discussions. Now, I'll quickly take you through the appendix where we have done all the primary and secondary analysis, created a performance scorecard for riders, which we can use to incentivize them, evaluation metrics for OEM for evaluating current OEMs, and we have also created a sample training module for in-house technician, which is further divided into 3 different levels. We have also analyzed the regulatory policies affecting this business and have divided them into different categories, including logistics, electric vehicles, infrastructure, battery, and labor laws. Thank you so much.
Thank you, team. Now I'll just invite the judges.
Thanks a lot, team Strategic Trinity. Very thorough presentation and depth of issues covered. So well done on that. A couple of questions. One is, you have recommended horizontal expansion to multiple cities, while 70% of the e-commerce happens in the tier 1 cities. As we increase the expansion to tier 2 and tier 3 cities, it also increases the overhead cost. it also increases a lot of indirect expense as well. How do you envisage to have a positive EBITDA story going on at the same time where your overhead cost is also increasing, given that you're expanding very fast to tier 2 and tier 3 cities?
Yes, thank you for the question. So, the expanding, I agree, it will increase the overhead cost. But since there was a very low utilization and deployment rate, we are increasing that. That will not add up to the cost. It's just that we are increasing our utilization and deployment. That will increase the revenue. So we believe that the revenue will grow more than the costs, and hence the EBITDA will remain positive.
Second thing on the charging infra, there are two, three ways to do it. One is you have a captive charging infra, you can do third party charging infra, or you can do charging at a customer site. What strategy would you prefer and why?
So for this case, we have suggested to have a charging infrastructure of our own, as it is more profitable and less cost intensive if we rather rely on third party or at client's place. So we suggest building infrastructure step by step and building a robust infrastructure in the long run. But we should first, if we are highly dependent on third party charging, we should move towards client and then move towards having our own robust infrastructure.
Thank you.
Two questions. One is a very simple one. Do you have any evidence that the employee drivers perform better than gig drivers? Any facts you have?
Yes, sir. So we did actually primary research, and there we got to know that market leaders do have an optimal mix where they hire both gig workforce and they have their own fleet of riders, which is sir, very advantageous when there is search, as they can rely on them more instead of relying solely on gig.
No, my question is, is the performance, have you got data to show that the performance of employed drivers versus is better than the performance of gig drivers? Not the concept. I'm saying, have you got data?
So we don't have data. So
Okay, that's okay. It's okay. I'm quite happy with a lot of other research you've done. The second question is, in most businesses, the more complicated you make it, the cost goes up geometrically, especially indirect costs. Now, in this case, there are direct cost issues and indirect cost issues, but in what way will you make the business much less complex? So you've got different models of ownership of vehicles, different types of vehicles, models of vehicles, different ways, different models for charging infrastructure. Almost everything has got different options, and it becomes very difficult to optimize such a thing. So if you were to step back as a consultant and say, look, I want to make it less complex, because I know from evidence across all companies that more complex the operation, the higher the costs, significantly higher the costs. You'll be shocked. So if I were to tell you that make it less complex, what would you do?
So, studying the market, we do believe that currently, first talking about the fleet that the company owns. So, two-wheelers are in great demand. There's a lot of markets that two-wheelers can cater to. Same thing goes for three-wheelers. But when it comes to four-wheelers, as according to our research in the industry, four-wheelers are currently not as much used as other two kinds of vehicles in last-mile deliveries. So, if the company wants to cut down, this is a part that it can consider. And considering this, during our projections, we have increased the four-wheelers by a very small extent as compared to the other two vehicle categories. So this could be one.
So if the company is competing in the market for these two-wheelers and three-wheelers, will the self-employed people not undercut them in terms of pricing?
Sorry.
Could you
say Swiggy. Some of the delivery boys have their own scooter. They just paid per delivery. They are all entrepreneurs in some sense.
Correct.
So if the company has its own vehicles and it's competing with them, will it work out, or should it actually subcontract? I'm not suggesting an answer. I'm asking you a question. would it be better for them in the two, since you said four-wheeler, get out of it, stick to
Yes.
the two-wheeler, three-wheeler. In the two-wheeler, three-wheeler, would it be better for the company to own vehicles or lease vehicles and then compete with the individual owner who will run his vehicle many number and have different pricing, or should you actually get them to do your delivery for you?
Yeah, so we suggest the company should take the vehicles on lease,
Lease. Yes.
and then we can provide our vehicles to the delivery partners who will be paying a fixed amount of charge to take our vehicles, and then they will be earning. By partnering with last mile delivery companies, they will be earning the revenue from there, and they will be paying a fixed charge to us, to the client, for getting the service of the EV vehicle.
Adding to her point, so when you rent a vehicle, when the drivers rent a vehicle from a company like Volt, they don't have to worry about the maintenance, insurance, and other things. That is taken care of by the company. So they can just use the vehicle to earn money, and they get to keep the balance after paying the rent. So they don't have to worry about all the overhead costs. So it makes their life a little bit easier.
All right, I think we are at time as well. Thank you, team.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we'll now move on to case number 2, which is for Nexus Tech. Now, founded in 2003, Nexus Tech is a Saudi government-owned entity providing IT and BPO services primarily to government clients. While benefiting from initiatives like the Saudi Vision 2030, the company faces stagnant growth due to low margin services, limited diversification, and outdated internal processes. The key question to them was, how can they enhance competitiveness in a rapidly evolving market? So we have team 3 now who's going to present, which is team strategizers from SIBM Pune.
Hello. Hello. Good afternoon, panel. We are team strategizers. Today, Arjun, Anuya, and I from SIBM Pune will walk you through our strategic solutions for case Nexus Tech.
Thank you so much for the introduction, Devraj. So, given the brief from Ayush, this company, basically Nexus Tech, did benefit from Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030 initiative, but with the recent slowdown in government initiatives and decreased foreign investments, Nexus Tech market position is under threat. So, our presentation today will be an overview of formulating a robust strategy to ensure long-term growth and competitiveness. Here you go, Devraj.
Nexus Tech's challenges can be grouped into 5 key areas, each with its associated issues and hypotheses for solution building. The first challenge is stagnant revenue growth, which is driven by low client acquisition, narrow profit margins, over reliance on shrinking government contracts, and a weak presence in emerging sectors. The second area involves the external market, where the diminished influence of Saudi Vision 2030 has resulted in lower than expected FDI inflows. The third category, internal shifts, includes an undertrained sales force, inefficient processes, and outdated MIS system, causing sales pipeline disruptions and reduced employee productivity. Additionally, Nexus Tech faces competitive pressure in terms of cost, product leadership, and innovation. Lastly, stakeholder expectations are rising, particularly concerning a decline in ESG ratings. In this slide, in order to address all these 15 hypotheses, we have addressed 3 core strategic pillars. The first pillar being client expansion, product diversification, and optimizing internal processes. The client expansion pillar focuses on initiatives aimed at increasing client acquisition and executing phased market entry strategies to penetrate emerging sectors, for which research has been done in lines of identifying high ROI sectors, SME pain point analysis, and government contract utilization capabilities. The product diversification pillar addresses cost reduction, product leadership development, and the expansion of service offerings by analyzing and categorizing services of high growth, cost reduction, and client retention potentials. Finally, The optimizing internal processes pillar targets inefficiencies related to people, processes, and training, providing solutions to enhance overall performance by benchmarking competition measures in achieving high productivity and ESG ratings. We have analyzed the growth and market potential of 12 sectors while we were looking at the client expansion pillar, identifying high growth, high potential segments. Based on Nexus Tech's strengths and existing synergies, these sectors are categorized into two certain areas. One is the Nexus traditional sectors, where Nexus already holds a strong presence, for example, in the telecom, energy, utilities, and ITS sector, and the Nexus emerging sectors where an entry is needed, especially in the BFSI, fintech, and healthcare sectors. Two tailored approaches have been designed for growth acceleration. Traditional sectors should focus on client retention and international expansion, while emerging sectors should emphasize on service innovation and domestic client acquisition. For international growth, three key instruments: global capability centers, business development and research centers, and recruitment process outsourcing are a required ecosystem which is used for cost effective and scalable solutions. Strategic partnerships and an SME incubation program will drive growth in emerging sectors, helping Nexus onboard promising SME clients. While we were benchmarking ITS leaders like IBM, Google, HP, and Amazon, we have observed that each has established global capability centers in India. India is home to 1600 plus GCCs, which is due to its vast talent pool of 1.6 million and its 16% share of the global AI talent, offering ITS players up to 60% cost savings. Nexus Tech's proximity to India further supports the case for setting up a GCC there. Our strategy includes building a comprehensive ecosystem comprising GCCs, business development and research centers, and recruitment process outsourcing firms. BDRCs will focus on targeting large enterprises in new geographies like the US and Canada by identifying market opportunities and building sales pipelines. Meanwhile, RPOs will secure leads from well funded small and medium sized businesses by fulfilling their talent needs. We have identified key markets for Nexus traditional sectors as well, including Brazil, Norway, where the number of oil fields are greater and creates a good scope for our expertise to play there. The Czech Republic and Serbia for the entire telecom volume of market, which is already present there, and the USA and Canada for the emerging ITS market there. Collectively, these represent a total addressable market of 45,000 plus large enterprises and 122,000 plus SMEs. Lastly, we have identified risks such as data security, labor laws, and employee turnover, which can be mitigated by setting up effective security infrastructure and data governance measures. Over to you, Arjun.
Thank you, Debraj. So, to establish Nexus Tech in the SME space, we conducted an in-depth research on SME challenges. Those include identifying key pain points like investment shortages, limited opportunity realization, and a labor skill gap. So, to position Nexus within the SME ecosystem, we've developed two strategic initiatives, which are shown as above, which aimed at tapping into a vast sector agnostic SME market. When we say sector agnostic SMEs, we mean that our partnership should give us SMEs from all sectors irrespective of their offerings. The common ground of need which we have identified are investment shortages and opportunity realization are initiatives on these two prime pain points. The first initiative is a strategic partnership with banks and fintechs, with 17.8% year-on-year growth in credit facilities, that is 18.4% from banks and 9.5% from private financial institutions. Nexus Tech can actually create a digital infrastructure for faster and safer credit dispersals, therefore gaining access to a large pool of well-funded SMEs. This partnership holds a good foundation of what's in it for them and what's in it for Nexus Tech. The second initiative is on an SME incubation program in collaboration with the KSA government. So this program basically will support SMEs by addressing growth opportunities, which include training and onboarding them for paid pilot projects. Ultimately, these SMEs will also become long-term clients. These initiatives will enable sector-agnostic market entry, thereby leveraging Nexus Tech's existing government connections and accelerating its entry into the SME market. So next, I'll discuss about product diversification. And using the data from the problem statement that was given, we conducted a comprehensive analysis by categorizing Nexus Tech's addressable services into traditional, next-gen, asset-light, and asset-heavy categories. We then assess the potential of these services in key target sectors, which are shown above. Our strategy centers on prioritizing next-gen services for emerging industries while converting asset-heavy technologies into more cost-effective, that is, asset-light solutions for both internal operations and external client offerings. We identified three key segments of focus, that is, high-growth technologies like AI, big data, and IoT, cost-saving technologies such as cloud computing, robotic process automation, that is RPA, and BPaaS transformation, and finally, client retention technologies, including API integration and application modernization, powered by Nexus Tech's IT consulting services. This holistic approach aims to drive innovation while maximizing cost efficiency, service diversification, and client satisfaction. So next, when we look at how Nexus Tech has been building strengths and addressing gaps, we've developed four key diversification initiatives. The first is strategic alliances with cloud-based product companies. So this partnership will allow Nexus to distribute their cloud-based products while offering modernization and customizable services which are billable to clients. By broadening our offerings, we can also solve a variety of business problems, unlocking high margin revenue streams, which is one of the pain points, with margins as high as 70%. The second initiative focuses on transforming asset-heavy BPO processes into asset-light infrastructure through cloud-based BPaaS solutions, enabling up to 30% cost savings and also reducing carbon emissions by up to 84%. And implementing this also helps us reaching a milestone of energy efficiency and sustainability. To drive such long-term innovation, we propose acquiring or even partnering with niche AI firms to integrate AI into daily operations, thereby improving profitability. Firms like First Shift AI, AI Palette, DeepL, Databricks, etc. are a few of them which play in this space according to their niches. So research also shows that AI boosts employee productivity by 42%, thereby increasing the revenue by 15% and reducing the cost up to 15%. Lastly, we also recommend establishing R&D centers in top universities across India, Japan, and Germany to explore AI, cybersecurity, and IoT in emerging sectors like e-com, fintech, and healthcare. These initiatives will also help Nexus Tech expand and innovate sustainably. Over to you, Anna.
Thank you, Arjun. Thank you, Arjun. So after defining the strategic initiatives for both client expansion and also product diversification, we can now consolidate them into two go-to-market strategies for Nexus Tech's traditional and emerging sectors. So both these GTM strategies are different with respect to the target audiences, services pushed, and the operating model, and also the lead generation strategies. So the GTM for the Nexus Tech traditional sector focuses mostly on large enterprises, which belong to telecom, government, energy, utilities, and enterprise ITES sectors. Whereas the Nexus Tech emerging has already sort of has some say into international expansion. So the services pushed would be majorly revolving around API integration, legacy system modernization powered by IT consulting. And the operating model for traditional focuses mostly on setting up GCC for service cost reduction and utilizing ROPs, RPOs, and BDRCs for lead generation. So the GTM strategy for the emerging sector, on the other hand, focuses on small and medium scale enterprises by promoting next-gen services. The lead generating model here will be focusing mostly on strategic partnerships with key BFSI players and an SME incubation program, as discussed earlier. So the goal of having two separate GTM strategies is to create a dedicated pipeline that generates leads, acquires new clients, and ensures sustainable growth. Next, as part of our third pillar, we have to optimize internal processes. We have developed a ESG strategy, which aligns with the Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030. So environmentally, we are focusing on waste management and recycling to reduce both carbon footprint and also operational costs. For the social aspect, we are advancing workforce diversity and inclusivity within Nexus Tech. In governance, we aim to enhance transparency and accountability through technology-driven reporting and auditing. There's a firm called ESG Invest, which basically supports these initiatives and helps with reporting that aligns with the ESG goals. So after the ESG initiatives, we are planning to optimize our internal people processes and the technologies that must be aligned to navigate and utilize these initiatives to the fullest potential. So, as per our primary research with 5 OCM strategists, we have got to know that strategic initiatives creates a change and is often met with concerns pertaining to employee resistance for adaptation, which basically requires confidence buy-ins from leadership and also a good communication strategy via dedicated change squads that we can implement and an effective training program to adapt to all the technological changes. So from our primary research, we've gathered information that when if we implement an ERP cloud-based solutions, it improves the internal processes, agility, productivity, and performance because of its easy integration with external data sources as well. So empowering Nexus Tech's digital transformation with ERP integration, we have shown an implementation roadmap for streamlining operations and boosting employee productivity.
Yes. So in this slide, we've prioritized all the solutions based on 4 key parameters, namely financial performance, which measures revenue potential, costs and profits, followed by customer satisfaction, that is CSAT, by customer lifetime value and CSAT scores. Thirdly, internal efficiency powered by innovation, asset dependence, and downtime. And finally, stakeholder satisfaction as well, which measures knowledge growth, employee retention, and employee satisfaction. We've also created an RACI matrix to outline the governance structure for all our initiatives, which is mentioned as below in the slide. Over to you, Devraj.
We have created an implementation plan based on the ease of implementation and the prioritization made in the previous slide. While creating the implementation plan, we have considered which solutions would be easily implemented and can give us good returns with low investments. For example, in phase 1, we have treated our cloud-based service distribution initiative and BPaaS transformation initiative on priority because both of these solutions, once implemented, can generate profit from our existing clients and reduce costs of our existing BPO wing effectively. In phase 1 also, we have also prioritized the domestic SME initiatives right now because a good speed of market penetration is required to gain competitive edge there. In our phase 2, we have focused on initiatives focusing on international expansion as we can utilize the profits generated from our first phase implementation and also get some time to get some investment procurement if required. As part of our revenue projections, along with organic growth and the contributions, we have projected profitably for 5 years, reaching a net profit of close to 5 billion SAR with a 5-year investment of 265 to 385 million SAR. Lastly, for conclusion, we want to thank all of the 15 consultants who helped us reach the entire research the entire ITES and BPO space, which helped us immensely in drafting our solutions. Thank you. We are now open for the Q&A with our panel.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, team. Let me now include the judges for the questions.
Who wants to go first?
I can go.
Nikhil.
Hi. Did you guys put in any actual research to figure out what are the pain points of your customer? And in this case, I saw a lot of focus on SMEs. Did you guys put in actual research to figure out where was the gap?
So, sir, we have actually worked with several RPO agencies who are actually looking forward to onboarding these clients for meeting their talent needs. So there we actually moved into seeing that in places like USA and Canada, people are facing a lot of disadvantages with respect to getting low-cost employees. That is one part. Second part is that they are facing a lot of financial gaps in getting their investments as well. Like getting VC fundings is a very difficult part for them. So that is point one. And the second point was that they couldn't realize what opportunity was ahead of them. Like, for example, if they're not able to realize what cost efficiency is there for outsourcing their talent needs. So there are many other areas in which they were also facing problems. So that is where we actually, in the US and Canada market, we actually saw that there is a pain points which are there, and on the basis of these 2 pain points, we created those 2 strategic initiatives for partnership as well as SME incubation program. And also on the fact that we have seen that as part of the Saudi 2030 vision, there is a Mossad initiative which is there in the KSA government system as well, which actually onboards certain SMEs there and helps them in building and keeps and partners with different other ITS players or various other industry and sector players for giving them the training and opportunity. And we then identified that that is a good place for generating leads and onboarding them for paid pilot projects. So that was our entire thought process in terms of SME research and then finding opportunities there.
And just a small point that I wanted to add was we in India as well, there is a body called NASCOM, which basically onboards SMEs like these, where they connect VCs with the startups to sort of facilitate some kind of exchange with respect to the offerings that these SMEs can give, and also parallelly also give them funding as well. So with this idea, also we had that in the background that SME incubation is one idea that we can bring forward.
Okay. I have a question. First of all, quite impressed by your team and many other teams I've seen so far by the kind of analysis that you people do at your age. Now, one of the things mentioned right at the beginning was that there was severe competition from local companies or foreign companies that set up joint ventures with local partners, and they're eating business in the private sector, whereas our company here is depending entirely largely on a few sectors and mostly government-owned sectors. Now, is there any way you can flank the competition in the private sector who are coming with a lot of expertise, newer equipment, and you're saying these guys have old equipment?
Absolutely.
Is there any way to flank it?
Yeah, absolutely, sir. I think that was one of the pointers wherein we considered in a single slide, wherein we talked about how we can partner or acquire niche gen AI companies or such organizations which actually cater to the private firms. So even when I was like working previously as a consultant, like in a service sector, we did help other organizations like attain their needs through such partnerships wherein the capital cost is also low. You don't need to actually acquire a firm, but you need to partner to a firm to actually service to a particular solution or need. So that will help us to actually give an edge from other organizations, and also diversifying in other not only staying within the KSA government, but also diversifying to other countries wherein we can expand our client base or expand our services will actually help us. So that will actually give us a lead is what we believe.
Also, I want to add something here. Is like apart from what Arjun has already articulated, there is another thing which we have focused on is like if we want to dislodge competition at this red ocean, which is there in the ITS market, we need to broaden our top of the funnel when it comes to searching or hunting for clients. And that's why we have focused also on the international markets, where we are slowly entering into those markets and finding contracts. That's part one. And part two here is, since the SME market is already that is being targeted by our competitors, but if we gain a good speed to market at the initial stages of development, and the business with ITS here is once we create a real reliance with them in terms of technology architecture, we can roll them up for further growth strategies as well. So entering into market efficiency is something which we are focused on.
Arjun talked about AI and services. Now, this is going to require a lot of data and data centers. Have you considered telling these people, why don't you set up a data center, and they will attract a lot of SMEs, use the data center, and then offer additional services which they're capable of doing?
Yeah.
Is it a viable process?
Yeah, I think that can be one of the solutions as well. So we can do like a collaboration program with, say, AWS or Google, for them to provide a data center, cloud-based data centers for us. In return, we can also connect them with these niche startups, which they can also directly basically create an ecosystem where everybody can talk to each other. So that is something that also we have mentioned in one of the slides, that we have gone through major IT companies where they have the ability to provide the data cloud to us, data centers for us, and instead we can make an ecosystem where they can partner with each other as well. So this could be like a commission model where because we act as a platform between both of them, we could get some commission out of it. We can even do that model as well.
Thank you, team. We are at the time as well. I would now like to move on to the next team, which is Team Helgos from IIM Lucknow.
Hello. Hello, am I audible?
Yes and no.
Shall we begin?
Yes, please start.
Okay. Hi everyone, we are Team Helgoats from IIM Lucknow. So, diving into the case straight away, Nexus Tech is basically a key player in Saudi Arabia and Saudi Arabia's IT and BPO market. It functions as a B2B technology arm of a leading telecom provider. The three key service offerings include system integration, connectivity solutions, business process outsourcing. The current client base includes deals from parent organization, government entities, and oil and gas sector. Now let's analyze this market of IT and BPO. This market is growing at a staggering 8.14 CAGR and will achieve a 135 billion market size by 2028. The drivers for this growth is basically Saudi Vision 2030, increased demand for digital services, cloud computing and AI adoption, and youthful and tech-savvy population. The key trends in this sector include cloud computing, AI and automation, increased reliance on outsourcing, and sector-specific development. This market consists of various customers ranging from government, BFSI, healthcare, telecom, and various other players. Now, their preferences and needs are also various, such as ranging from cost efficiency to scalability to flexibility and security. This market consists of several competitors, such as Microsoft leading in the differentiation space, Cognizant leading in the cost leadership space, and so on. Moving to the problem at hand, Nexus Tech faces the problem of stagnation growth amid competition and inefficiencies. We developed a 7-layer issue tree and identified various possible issues. To give you an overview of the issue tree, here is the overview of a brief issue tree that we developed, starting with identifying two possible causes for low growth, that is, decreasing revenues and increasing cost. And after deep diving, we found out various possible issues that could be there. On the basis of impact of solving these issues the Nexus Tech can have and ease of implementation, we scored these issues and found out various top issues that needs to be solved or needs to be addressed. For example, presence in low margin traditional business has a total score of 8.5. Lack of sector expansion, lack of service expansion again has a score of 8.5. So these issues needs to be addressed. Other issues include legacy infrastructure and inefficient processes. Using these issues, we formed three hypotheses. That is, first one, expanding into emerging sectors to diversify revenue streams. Second one, improving profit margins by targeting high value projects. And third one, that is modernizing infrastructure and processes to boost operational efficiencies. Coming to our first solution for our first hypothesis, that is sectoral diversification. Nexus Tech should enter BFSI while maintaining strong presence in telecom and government sectors, which could drive a 6% revenue boost in the first year itself. We identified the current presence of Nexus Tech and found some concluding remarks. First one, that is storage and cloud and software services are poised for the most substantial growth. Consulting and system integration services will continue to see steady growth. Using these and various other factors, we identified top sectors. The factors involved includes market size, market growth rate, traditional service demand, alignment with high growth sectors, profitability, and ease of entry. We judged a lot of sectors on the basis of these factors and scored them. The sectors such as government, BFSI, telecom, resource industries, and utilities. After scoring them, we identified government, BFSI, and telecom are the ones who scored the maximum, which basically means that these are the most attractive sectors that Nexus Tech should enter into. Coming to a second solution, that is service diversification.
on the basis of alignment with the target sectors, that is government, BFSI, and telecom, technology readiness, and the current presence that Nexus Tech is into, we identified several other services. Upon identification of these services, we clubbed these services into ecosystems, namely digital transformation and consulting, cloud ecosystem, infrastructure and connectivity management, intelligence and connectivity, and BPM operations. On the basis of profitability these ecosystems could offer and the market size, the top three services that Nexus Tech should enter or increase their penetration into are digital transformation and consulting, cloud ecosystem, and intelligence and connectivity. Coming to our first offering of digital transformation and consulting. Now we identified various needs of our target sector. The target sector include, as I mentioned, government, BFSI, and telecom. Now there are various needs for these sectors. For example, there is a need for strategic direction for smart governance and e-services for the government. There is a need for modernizing legacy banking system for scalability and performance for the BFSI. And there is a need for implementation of SDN and NFV for 5G infrastructure for telecom. Upon identification of these several needs, we identified various services which we could offer within the digital transformation and consulting ecosystem itself. On the right hand side of the screen, you can see those services. For example, data analytics and BI is a top service within the IT consulting. User experience consulting is a top service within digital consulting. Change management is within business consulting, and so on. Within next gen application management, you can see low code slash no code development could be a top service that Nexus Tech can offer.
Thank you, Anmol. So now coming to the second offering under intelligence and connectivity would be to offer next gen AI powered products. So we did an extensive research to identify the current gaps in the Middle East region. For example, under the three sector government, BFSI, and telecom, you see that there is cumbersome and time consuming policy and regulatory approval in the government sector. Similarly, for BFSI, there is a heavy reliance on traditional risk model. So we identified top three gaps in the Middle East region that the Nexus Tech can focus on, and based on that, we have identified the solutions. The solutions are based on the keeping in mind what the client's needs are and the Saudi Vision 2030. So, for example, if we see that in government, we Nexus Tech can offer AI solution for policy design and licensing. This would reduce the policy research and licensing time by 30%. Similarly, in BFSI, there is the solution that the Nexus Tech can offer is predictive analytics for credit scoring. This would again reduce 40% bad loans and default. This would not just have impact for the clients, but it will also have impact for the Nexus Tech. So, for example, there could be a potential of 20 to 30% increase in the revenue growth from the offerings, and there could be 5 to 10% increase in the market share in the competitive sector. This again is based on the companies that have done in the past and have achieved the results. Moving on. So now coming to the third offering, which is the cloud. So Nexus Tech can unlock the cloud service by gaining the market and improving the operational efficiencies. So we performed an extensive research and found in the reports of various consulting companies that there are four reasons why the companies in Middle East would be actually adopting the cloud. So right now, only 54% of the companies in Middle East region have adopted cloud, and out of those 44%, 73% of the businesses have not currently on the cloud. So the reasons why the cloud would be adopted would be modernizing and rewriting applications, enhancing security compliances with cloud infrastructure, and so on. Now, this actually for each bar represent for BFSI, government, and telecom sector, what is the percentage of the reason that the company would choose to opt for the cloud technology. Now, based on this research and the offering that we can offer to the client, we have suggested three solutions. One is the private front, the second one is the public front, and the third one is the public cloud. So these solutions we came up are based on the four parameters. One is the security, the other one is the operational efficiency, the third one is the cost, and the fourth one is scalability. So if you look at BFSI, so we can offer a customized solution for BFSI clients, wherein for internal processes they can use the private front, which would have benefits such as quick implementation, known security mechanism, and for public cloud for all customers and as well as the employees of the company. Now, combining the three service service diversification offering, we came up with a market entry strategy metrics for the Nexus Tech. So under each of the three services, intelligence and connectivity to start with, so they can partner for government and telecom, and for BFSI they can actually go for an acquisition. So we studied a lot of startups that have in advanced technology solutions and have gained a relevant market share. So one potential target was Mon Systems. So this startup is actually has analytics capabilities for connectivity and intelligence offering, and this startup also offers digital consulting, which is the second service we are prioritizing. So one acquisition can solve uh, both of our challenges for Nexus Tech. So we have also taken the cost of acquisition in our financials. For cloud, for BFSI and government, they can set up a local server infrastructure, because for these sector, compliance and data requirements are very huge, and a company or the government would not be ready to actually go on a cloud based model for AWS and so on. Moving on. Now coming to the regional diversification. So we identified four major factors associated with the diversification: cultural alignment, legal and institutional factors, distance and accessibility, and market potential. Based on these four, we identified five countries, and then we prioritize three countries that align with our goals. The three countries are UAE, Qatar, and Bahrain. You can see that the market potential for these countries are relatively high, and they also have very high cultural alignment. So Nexus Tech can first target into these countries before actually going for an international diversification after 5 years plan. Moving on. So based on our solutions, we have redefined the business pillars for our Nexus Tech. So if you see that there are key partnership, key activities, value proposition, customer relationship. So for example, under key partnership, our solution proposed was to partner with the cloud providers like AWS, Microsoft, and other software vendors. This would this would only solve the problem till 5 years, but to be in to actually to be ready for the future challenges, Nexus Tech can actually partner with AI leaders like Nvidia to bring the enterprise solutions. This will help Nexus Tech to be the market leader and to be ready for the future challenges. Also, under revenue streams, if you see, we are suggesting Nexus Tech to be an offer AI as a service model, wherein clients of the Nexus Tech pay only for the services that they use. Moving on. So currently, Nexus X is facing several inefficiencies in operations. So the three reasons that we came up from the data that was shared in the financials are: first one is depreciation, aging infrastructure. The second one is outdated management systems. Third one is lack of investment upgrades. So we benchmarked it with the industry average. So for example, for outdated management system, Nexus Tech has almost 9 to 12% of the total asset. But for the market leaders, this number is only 1 to 3%. So based on this, we recommend Nexus Tech itself moving to a cloud infrastructure, and how they can do so is by first assessing the current infrastructure, their bottlenecks. Second, planning for short term and long term. Third one is migrating to the services from least important to the most important to cloud, while ensuring that there is a easy rollback feature if something goes haywire. Fourth one is optimizing, and the fifth one is managing all the services, setting up a team to manage these services. So, for example, let's say classifying workload for migration based on the nature, the go-to-market strategy would involve rehost, then refactor, then revise, rebuild, and replace. Also, we have identified five search areas wherein and the following GTM strategy where Nexus Tech can go into. Moving on. Now, coming to the 5 year strategic roadmap. So, the roadmap is considered based on the four key objectives in the LEAP framework. So, first one is lead in the high profit margin. The second one is expand product portfolio and market reach. The third one is achieve excellence in total experience, and the fourth one is promote internal inefficiencies. So, based on 6 months period, we have identified the road. We have given the roadmap for Nexus Tech and the description and cost that it can uh, see to incur. Moving on. Finally, coming to the financials, we have broken it down into revenue and cost. So revenue, we have further broken it down from our three key sector, BFSI, government and telecom. And the fourth, and for cost, we have broken down into the additional cost that the Nexus Tech would be facing and the reduction in cost due to the cloud migration. And for the cost that it would be facing, it due to the team setup, acquisition, partnership, and various other miscellaneous costs. So this suggests that the Nexus Tech is projected to achieve a net profit of 1.6 billion SAR by 2028 with a 15% net profit margin and a CAGR of 26.5%. Moving on. Now we'll show you the appendix. This entails the extensive detail of the financials that how we came up to the financials. Thank you.
Thank you, team. I now invite the judges for questions.
Who would like to go first? Vikash or Nikhil? Okay, I'll ask a question. See, I like the analysis and you've taken a lot of trouble. Now, one of the fundamental assumptions is that Saudi Arabia is going to expand its economy significantly based on the Vision 2030.
Right.
What if it doesn't happen? Suppose it's cut down to half the size, and what would you change in your strategy? Which are the elements you'll take away and what are the things you'll retain? Or will you just downsize everything by 50%? Certain things change in every industry. So here's a likely situation that they had to slash the cost down 50%.
Right.
So what happens?
We think actually the requirements will still remain the same. So for example, companies will still require cloud solutions. They will still require AI and automation. And the solution, the requirements will be same. The solution will remain same. It is just that due to the potential decrease in the market size, our offerings could reduce. So for example, within cloud itself, we could just focus on, let's say, platform as a service or infrastructure as a service, and maybe not include other services in the cloud. Similarly, in the space of digital consulting, digital transformation and consulting, we could just focus on IT and digital consulting, and the top sectors, the top services, we could just focus on rather than including all of these services.
Also, to add or add on to Amru's point, so we have taken this fact into consideration that the Saudi Arabian vision could stagnate to a region. That is why we are suggesting regional diversification also. So moving into the regions such as Oman and Qatar, for example, would give us the required revenue if, for example, if Saudi Arabia market stagnates. Those, again, to emphasize, the solution for these countries also would remain the same. It's just that we'll slowly move on from regional then international diversification.
Kash and Nikhil?
No, I'm good.
Just quick question. With data analytics and it's actually become very critical for companies to have security. How would you ensure that?
So right. So we have suggested three offering from the cloud side. If you see, the one is the private, the second one is public cloud, and the third one is public-private cloud, which is a hybrid of the both. So if you see for BFSI and government, the data is very critical. So we are also suggesting to set up a local servers in the nearby region, wherein only the company would have the access, and then internal there would be a layer that would have a security layer, and then only once passing on to the security layer, the data will be hosted onto the cloud. And for certain critical region for the BFSI, we are not suggesting moving onto the cloud. It would just remain on the local server that would be set up in the region itself, in the Saudi Arabia market.
Also within consulting space, we are offering cybersecurity consulting as one of the services to our clients. So yeah, they can leverage that thing as well for their critical needs.
Thank you, team. If there's no further questions, we can move on to the third case.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So in the third case, we have Lifeguard, a 3-year-old medical devices company in India, which focus on mass market consumables like IV cannulas and urinary catheters. Outsourcing manufacturing to China ensures quality for the firm, but poses challenges such as low device penetration and regulatory hurdles. With an annual revenue of over 250 crores, the company has ambitious plans to grow fivefold over the next 5 years, requiring substantial R&D investments and a strategic response to competitive pressures and evolving consumer preferences. So the question posed was, how can it realize its vision of becoming a leading player in India's medical device market? I'd like to first invite the team, the consultants from IIM Indore. Please start.
Good afternoon, everyone. We would like to first thank the Avalon team and our esteemed panelists for giving us this opportunity to present our growth strategy for the Lifeguard. Lifeguard is an emerging player in the Indian medical device industry. It is currently it is specializes in the mass consumable market, and mass consumer market it primarily outsources manufacturing from China. One of the key products are IV cannula, urinary catheter, wound product, etc. The goal of the Lifeguard is to grow its revenue fivefold in the next 5 years. Currently, the Indian medical device industry is valued at 11 billion US dollar, growing at a CAGR of 16.4%. It is classified as a sunrise sector, which is expected to grow by 2030, a US 50 billion US dollar. This growth is driven by various factors like growing population of India, increasing healthcare insurance, increased lifestyle expectancy, rising medical tourism, government initiative support, and so on. Apart from these growth factors, there are various strategic challenges which Lifeguard needs to overcome to achieve its growth objective. Few of them are, firstly, high import dependency, due to which there is a supply chain vulnerability, cost and pricing pressure. Next, there is an intense competition. The market is fragmentation. There is a continuous price war, and also the customer are not brand lawyers in mass consumer market. And finally, there is also a challenge of regulatory complexes such as price cap by NPPA. In this challenging environment, there are various growth opportunities also. For example, affordable medical device market due to the increasing middle class population. The local manufacturing push and R&D by government through various schemes like Make in India and PLI, and as well as the growing medical tourism and home healthcare devices. In this particular opportunities gives our strategy a focus on reducing the supply chain risk, innovating new product line, and establishing a robust distribution network over the years. For our diversification strategies, we have classified the medical device market into two markets, equipment market and implant market. There's a third market in which the mass consumer market, in which we are already there. Here we have done a competitive analysis to identify which particular market is good for us. Starting with the equipment market, the market size is big. It is valued at $5.2 billion. But looking at the CAGR, the implant market is growing at a very fast pace. Coming at the competition and the regulation, both the market is having a high competition and regulation. But especially if we look at the equipment market, it is dominated by very big player, even the hospital and doctor prefer them because of their brand value, which aligns with their own image. With respect to the implant market, they generally prefer those companies which give them the good margins in the profits. Now coming towards the synergies, there is the low synergy as compared to the implant market. Where in the implant market, we can do a cross-selling opportunity through our existing relationship and so on. Hence, the implant market is the most promising segment for the Lifeguard growth.
Now, once we have decided the category to dive into, we will now subcategorize it further. So, the total market size for the implant market is currently valued at $1.8 billion, which is further subcategorized into four major parts. The first one being orthopedic, cardio, dental, and other implants. So, the orthopedic implants dominate the market with 40% market share due to prevalence of osteoarthritis, sports injuries, and aging population requiring joint and knee replacement surgeries. Next is the cardio implant market with 35% market share, which is driven by high incidence of cardiovascular diseases, particularly in aging population, leading to continued demand for pacemakers and stents. The third one is dental implants with 20% market share, which represents a smaller share due to elective nature of many procedures and low surgery volumes compared to life-saving implants. And the other implant market contributes 5%, which includes cochlear implants and cosmetic implants. Now, to arrive at a potential market share, we look at the growth rate over the next 5 years. So the orthopedic implant market is growing at 18% growth rate due to increase in arthritis and osteoporosis due to lifestyle changes. The cardio implant market is growing at 23% due to surge in the cardiovascular diseases and changing attitudes toward preventive healthcare. The dental implants is going at 18% due to increased demand for aesthetic dental solutions, and the other implant market is growing due to expanding healthcare in developing regions, especially in the high income groups. Now, assuming that if we enter into one particular segment, we will be able to capture 5% of the market, and hence the most promising market comes out to be the cardio implant market with a potential capture of $88.68 million. The major players in the Indian cardio implant market include Merrill, Biotronic, SMT, Boston Scientific, etc. So the whole product range of Lifeguard consists of mass consumable products like urinary catheters, IV cannula and wound care products, and the newer segment, the cardio implant product, pacemaker, ICDs and stents, which represent the most vital and widely used cardio implant products. We will position them as affordable, reliable, and certified, which are backed by superior service, which will be our one of the most important USP, since we will be providing consultancy service to patients for aftercare surgery care and maintenance, which is not currently prevalent in India. Now, one of the key challenges that we mentioned in the previous slides was the over-reliance on China for our manufacturing. So, to diversify our supplier location, we are proposing to enter into countries like Vietnam, Thailand, and Malaysia. So, why these three countries? Because they provide a favorable business environment, offering competitive cost and growing infrastructure. Now coming on to our newer segment, the implant segment. So first we will have to establish an in-house R&D team. For that, we will partner with foreign institutions and medical device companies for knowledge transfers that will help us with setting the R&D team. Then, like as other companies do, we will design the products in India, then manufacture them in a foreign country, and then import them back for selling in India. But this is just for entering the initial phase of the business. Then we will build a manufacturing plant in India, taking advantage of government schemes like PLI and Medical Device Parks Initiative. Then we will manufacture implants and consumables both locally. Moving on to our dual channel distribution. So it is divided into two categories, one for the mass market consumables. So the distribution channel look like there is a principal manufacturer, super sub-distributor, hospital, and then ultimately the doctors. So we will partner with the super sub-distributor who then manages a network of 5-6 smaller distributors, and we will sell the products to them, and then they will continue with the logistics, payment, inventory management, and so on. We will also associate with e-commerce platform to handle bulk sales, logistics, and fulfillment. And initially, we will focus on tier 1 and 2 cities, and then we'll move on to rural and semi-urban areas. For the cardiology implant segment, we will have a purely B2B distribution strategies where we will employ direct sales representatives to visit hospitals and medical institutions and build strong relationship with surgeons and medical associations. We will also be applying for bulk tenders through government portals like GEM and state-level e-tendering platforms. So the distinct distribution strategy for the two market segments reflect their unique sales cycle.
Great, Ishita. Now let's talk about our implementation plan. We have developed a long-term phase strategy with clear milestones from FY24 to FY29. Our phased approach includes targeting tier 1 cities like Delhi and Mumbai in early stages and expanding to tier 2 cities like Indore and Ahmedabad later, ensuring systematic market expansion. In 2024, we focus on direct marketing and building relationships with doctors and hospitals. In FY25, we target diagnostic centers with partnership initiatives to build their to meet the demands for consumables. By FY26, we'll integrate accessing government tenders for large-scale orders. In 2027, we want to collaborate with NGOs and national health campaigns offering subsidized products to boost visibility. In 2028, we'll concentrate on closing more hospital deals and managing government tenders through CPPP and state level e-tendering platforms. Finally, FY21, we focus on maintaining already established relationships and defending our market share for sustained growth. As the distribution expands is critical, we build awareness and trust in Lifeguard products. So let's move to our promotion strategy. Our promotion strategy focuses on building trust and value through a multi-tiered approach. First is digital marketing. We'll optimize our website, boost SEO, and use social media marketing to create brand awareness and engage with our target audience. Secondly, public relations. We'll establish media relationships, participates in industry awards, and position ourselves as thought leaders through conference participation and publications. We'll also invest heavily in our sales team training. We'll focus mainly on product application building with doctors and institutions to solidify our market presence. We will also want our salesperson to take on the consultative approach, mainly for the will focus on educating doctors and providing them advice, while the consumable teams will target hospitals and clinics to drive sales volume. Now let's discuss how all of these efforts will impact our financial growth. Our financial projections show Lifeguard's 5x growth strategy through careful planning and execution, targeting a 5x revenue by FY29, and which is driven by strong growth in consumables and the launch of cardiology segment in FY25. We have assumed a market CAGR of 20%, but the Lifeguard is projected to outperform this due to our innovative GTM strategy, scaling to even 45% in FY28-29. The cardiology segment will be a significant driver, contributing around 600 crores by FY29. We have assumed the COGS to be 55%, which is industry average, and expect it to reduce from 55 to 50% as our manufacturing plant becomes operational, which will ultimately boost our gross profit margins. Additionally, the government incentives and the PLI schemes will yield cost savings of 55 crore by FY29. On the profitability side, we aim to achieve EBIT margins of 25.4% by FY29 from 50% in FY24. This is 66% growth, which will be driven by improved operational efficiency, basic import-based sourcing to local production once our plant becomes fully operational. In terms of capex, we are investing around 505 crores over 5 years, including 250 crores for plant setup, 75 crores for R&D, and around 80 crores for foreign manufacturing partnership. This results in a strong ROI of 61.4% with a total EBIT returns of 815 crore by FY29, far exceeding our investments. As we conclude, Lifeguard stands on the brink of transformation within the medical device industry. Our robust roadmap is designed to transition Lifeguard from foundational growth to strategic leadership over the next decade. In the next 5 years, we are committed to achieving fivefold revenue growth. This ambitious plan hinges on reducing our outsourced manufacturing and investing in domestic production. By doing so, we'll aim not only to improve our cost structure but to enhance our ability to innovate, ensuring our products meet the evolving regulatory landscapes and align with Indian government's massive push for local manufacturing. Looking beyond the initial 5 years, our focus will shift from strategic growth from towards the strategic growth. This phase is about becoming self-reliant, allowing us not only to meet the domestic needs but also extend our reach to global clients. So by building a strong foundation today, we'll position ourselves to scale efficiently in the future. Thank you everyone for listening. To further support our strategy and ensure Lifeguard success, we've included key analysis in the next competitive analysis, highlighting competitors, their products, and their positioning. Next, we have a detailed journey mapping, identifying key pain points across segments. We have also developed a scalable roadmap using IDA framework to attract customers. We have also developed a targeted marketing plan addressing specific customer needs. We have also made an issue tree outlining the core challenges. Then we have proposed multiple alternative growth options for future growth. Finally, coming to our last slide, we have research and reference link. We also conducted primary research by interviewing around 20 doctors and 2 distributors. Thank you.
Thank you, team. Let me now invite our panel of judges for the questions.
Hi, I'm gonna go first. So, when you enter a newer market, like let's say stents for the heart, while these are probably larger markets, they will of course have a lot of competition with manufacturing at scale available in places like India itself. How will you deal with something like that?
Okay, so first of all, in order to grow our revenues from fivefold in the next 5 years, having a solely one product line will not suffice, and that too which have low margins and which require high volumes, the mass consumable ones. So we need to look into diversification, and for that we had two options: the implants and the equipments. So the equipment markets is further divided into sub-specialization. For example, like equipments will require the ECG equipments for hearts are different, and the BP machines, etc. They are very different and they require very different tech innovations. So which is not the case in implant, and especially the cardio implants. So that was one of the reasoning for choosing cardio implants specially. And with respect to the competition, so the domestic players are not much of a large scale in India currently, and there is the dominance of foreign players. So that's why the government has also introduced the PLI schemes and the medical device park schemes. So in order to tap into that, we will have the government support, and also if we break through that transition from the industry being a very foreign company driven to the domestic one, we can gain the market share exponentially if we break just that boundary.
Because your question?
Also, I would like.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So we in the consumer markets there is no brand as of such, because all of them are high volume products, high volume and low margin products. So we also want to create a brand here as well. So we are focusing heavily on creating brand, participating in awards and conferences. So that brand thing will give us a premium and people will know about us. So if someone wants to buy a consumable or implant, they will choose us because they will be at least knowing about us.
So I have a question on manufacturing and on marketing and sales. The question in manufacturing is, I'm a bit confused because you said set up sourcing operations in Vietnam and other places. There, are you talking about manufacturing or just buying?
Yes, Rahul, continue.
So with respect to the manufacturing, we have divided the manufacturing for both the thing, mass consumer and implant. So with respect to Vietnam, Malaysia, these are for mass consumer, where we are currently importing at the current phase of a strategy plan. So we are not establishing a manufacturing plant over there.
Fine. Now, then in India, what is the reason why you think we will save a lot of costs and therefore become very profitable by manufacturing in India? Let me give you a background. There have been manufacturers in India who have found it very difficult to compete with China on certain products. And then because people were importing, traders were importing and selling at 60% of the price. So they were closing down virtually. Then they went and got things manufactured under their brand in China and started competing again. And they started growing their volume so much that they reached a size where it became extremely viable to put up mass manufacturing in India and make it cheaper than importing from China. Okay, this two-stage process where first they brought it in cheap, built a huge market, and figured out how at scale to manufacture in India and thereby become cheaper than import from China. In this case, I don't see any strategy to increase volumes in a particular manner to make manufacturing in India viable. If it is already viable, why aren't you suggesting it now itself at the current volumes?
We totally agree with your point, and this particular point is in our mind also. So here we have even taken an assumption that since the government has classified this as a sunrise sector, so it will going to be growing at 50 billion USD by 2030. So we are assuming that it will be very much backed by the government support, which through their policy which they have introduced right now, which was not earlier present. Hence, even looking at right now, we are right now in-house design definitely, but currently we are outsourcing our manufacturing as per our current proposed strategy. Definitely might be in the longer run as the market grow more through the different kind of policy, different kind of it matures more. And secondly, there are different kind of park which government have introduced. Right now, there are 10 medical parks which the government have established. So might be these kind of government support in the long run will going to change the market dynamics, which we are assuming.
So you're not actually figured out what the drivers of costs are in manufacturing, and without doing that, you suggested that you start manufacturing, right? What are the drivers of cost in manufacturing? You assume that if you manufacture in India, it will be cheaper. Is that right?
No, we are not assuming that.
And PLI scheme, is it for domestic market or export?
For domestic market, for both the market. Actually, for both the market, they have proposed the PLI scheme for the PLI scheme for export also, and with respect to the setting up your manufacturing plant in these medical park which they are creating. And for both they have introduced the PLI schemes.
Okay, then move on to sales and marketing. I think at some stage you said that you suggest the creation doing social media marketing and digital marketing. How will that help when you're telling B2B and not B2C? Why would social media marketing help a B2B product like medical supplies which are bought by hospitals?
Yeah. So with respect to that, there are two instances where patients require these implants. So one is the critical emergency situation. So in that case, whatever the doctor suggests, the patient does not think twice, and then they go on for that particular implant or product without thinking. So, and the second one is they have that much time in their hand in which they can look into the options for which type of implant they want to go. So when the patients have the choice to choose from the type of implant, so then by digital marketing and SEO, Lifeguard will have an upper edge for those kind of situations. And furthermore, the doctors will also have a kind of credibility if we enhance the digital marketing, because then we will be having a proof of the awards, recognitions, and certifications that yes, we are an actual competitor of the foreign goods, and hence you will be choosing us.
Is
So
that a
this
hypothesis or is it something you verified?
sorry.
Is that just an assumption or have you tested the assumption?
This we have asked from the distributors. From our primary research, we have asked from distributor, and they are suggesting that this kind of strategy, even other players are adapting through their magazine which they are publishing. Like for example,
I'm talking about social media marketing, not magazines, trade magazines. I'm talking about social media marketing and digital marketing, which are aiming at B2C. How will that help in B2B? Okay, let's leave that. Another question is, there was a recommendation that we should have a central team looking after larger hospitals and regional teams looking after smaller hospitals. Would that be better, or would it be better to say networked hospitals which are in many places to do centrally, and regional one or two self-standing ones do regionally? Which one would be a better approach? Is it size or is it multiple markets? What's going to drive your decision?
So initially we will be looking for the So like since our plan is to expand at a faster pace so that we can capture a market, therefore we have proposed to go for like the central like the a team which will going to target the big companies and the regional team also. So our strategy which we have proposed is to capture the market which we can capture as much.
How is that connected with growth in sales? So fast growth.
So so that we can capture the market, since as we have said that this particular market is very much competitive. There are players which are already into there. So if we don't able to capture the market at a faster pace, definitely they will be able to capture it. For example, one of our USP which we have proposed is that after consultancy service, which is very common in foreign country but not in India, and we have proposed it that particular strategy. So might be if we are not able to capture it earlier, definitely any player can easily come into it. For example, about give this service in foreign country, but right now not in India. It is really easy for them to launch it in India because of their past experience. But if we fail to capture the market at faster pace, they will get an edge over us.
Is Abbott call centers for customer service or is it for sales and marketing?
In
It's
India,
for customer service.
So in India, let me deep down what was exactly the consultancy service which we were proposing. So, for example, pacemaker and ICD. So right now, what happens in India that there is a consultancy service for patients also, that they need to regulate the frequency, they need to do the service, or after how to live their life with respect to these devices. Right now, doctors are giving this service, so this is an extra work for them. In foreign company, this service is given by these companies only. So we are proposing
customer
that
service. For customer service. Not
Yes.
for sales and marketing. Okay, fine. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, team. We'll now have the next team, Tangerine from IIT Delhi. If you can share your screen.
Yes, just a minute, appreciate it.
Okay, please start.
So can we start? Good evening, everyone. We are Team Tangerine from DMS IIT Delhi, presenting our solution for case 3, that is Lifeguard. So at the essence of the case lies how Lifeguard can grow itself fivefold while improving on profitability. Diving into our presentation, the first question we needed to address was to define the medical devices market and where should we play. Now, the medical devices market can be broadly classified into equipments, in vitro diagnostics, implants, and consumables. Now, basis market attractiveness and ability to compete, which had a market size, import dependency, and local value addition as the underlying factors, we inferred consumables to be the most lucrative segment. This was also supported by the fact that Lifeguard has a specialization in this category. Once we had identified our market, we analyzed the market to understand the market size and the drivers affecting the landscape. We also conducted a pestle analysis and were left with some very important insights that we would have utilized to build our strategy. Now, the most important insights would be that the different government initiatives like Make in India products, medical device parks, focusing on encouraging setup of manufacturing facility in India, promotion of research through the PRIP scheme, social awareness for better quality healthcare and products by the end consumers, and the mandate of CTSU registration, which is preventing the flooding of the market with substandard cheap imports. Going deeper to identify the products we should focus on that will shape our growth, we looked over all the products which comprise the consumables category and focused on products which had more than $100 million contribution to the category market size. For these selected products, we built an opportunity scoring based on the market size, competition, regulatory aspect, product complexity, and profitability. Based on the scoring, we drew a perceptual map between ease of business and market attractiveness and finalized on 3 top category products, which were catheters, test strips, and needles and syringes. Now we worked on identifying the different issues that needed to be addressed. So we built the issue tree, breaking down the aspects of how slow revenue growth and higher cost would plague the growth of Lifeguard. The slow revenue growth has been further broken down into the reasons, which can be a narrow distribution network limiting market size to play in, low demand awareness of the customers,
making the response reactive instead of proactive, low brand adoption because of low customer awareness of our new brand, and also being limited to a single market, increasing our risk. And also on the cost side, higher cost incurred due to outsourcing product manufacturing, also staying dependent on an external stakeholder. Now, in order to address these issues, we built a roadmap to success for Lifeguard. In order to grow itself fivefold, we will be focusing on increasing revenue through improved demand awareness by building strong relationships in the private and government markets, amplifying product awareness and adoption through improved product positioning, while having a focus on putting up a sustainable price tag that can be both acceptable and in line with the value of the product. We will also work on the promotion part, focusing on targeting the relevant stakeholders who would play an important role in procurement decisions. Now, we also need to boost the availability so as to have access to a larger market, potentially positioning Lifeguard to meet the customer demands, improving on the profitability and ensuring a robust supply of products through transitioning to an in house manufacturing setup. Right.
Hi, we cannot hear you.
Am I audible now? Okay. So
Yes.
just talking about our private market strategy, we try to focus on hospitals going forward as they can be considered as the category leaders in this segment. Among hospitals, we have more than 60% privately owned hospitals as they occupy more than 30,000 beds. So we have further bifurcated the basis the number of beds into large, small, medium, and mega accounts. So Lifeguard as a company should emphasize basically on relationship building and perceived value in procurement decisions. For example, the smaller hospitals can be managed through partners, medium and large by regional teams, and mega hospitals by central leadership. Overall, Lifeguard should look at enhancing visibility through relationship management and aim for larger value contracts, steady revenue, and upselling opportunities. Right. So when considering the government market procurement, it is done primarily by open tendering system and by portals like GEM. Lifeguard should primarily emphasize factors like product alignment with technical specifications and bid price alignment to capture the L1 position. By leveraging government preferred policies such as Make in India, green products, and MSME, we intend to level the playing field against MNCs and cheaper Chinese alternatives. For this, the team setup will include inside sales for tender analysis. We have the regional tender executives for accountability and document management, while the regional heads for relationship management and the strategic partners such as tender 24/7 for market intelligence. In doing so, we intend to win the larger size contracts, ensuring stable cash flows and positioning Lifeguard effectively in the government procurement market. Right, when we consider about the foreign market, we realize that there's an entire market out there to be explored in terms of export of consumable item because of reasons such as existing government policies like the PLI, the National Medical Devices Policy, the EPC, apart from the obvious ones like achieving economy of scale and market diversification. We initially wanted to start our foreign exports with a neighboring country and an emerging market, looking at entry and cost barriers, ease of export, and trade relation among other factors. And in that, Bangladesh emerged as most an optimal choice due to its substantial market size in medical devices among the neighboring countries and also high export dependency close to 85%. Furthermore, we also identified Africa to be the right fit as an emerging market with 9 out of 20 fastest growing economies of the world currently situated there. In Africa, we particularly wanted to go after South Africa because this country has a very high disease burden with diseases like HIV/AIDS and tuberculosis, among others. It also leads the chart in Africa in terms of the healthcare index and GDP, apart from being a gateway to other African economies. So we aim to enter both these markets by the early next year. And Lifeguard's primary strategy would include product white labeling, hiring local sales experts, training channel partners, and building key healthcare relationships.
Now, to improve on the product positioning in the market, we firstly identified the crucial product gaps which need to be addressed. So our new product philosophy would include two pillars: innovation focus and exceeding customer expectations, thus increasing the customer perceived value. Now, the innovation pillar would be supported by government initiatives to control our investment and expenses in R&D. The pillar for enhanced customer perceived value would target increased functional benefits like temperature sensitive needles to reduce patient discomfort, increasing psychological benefits which could be ensured through high reliable products, providing peace of mind to the customers, and also providing augmentation benefits like organizing training sessions. All these aspects will contribute towards a higher customer perceived value and positive experience. Now, coming to the pricing, which is a very important deciding factor in medical equipment, we plan to position the price level of the products just below the innovation focused brands such as Medtronic, but above economical brands such as Coloplast, because the brand image that we are targeting is that of innovative yet economical products. We also plan to leverage the emotional branding of Make in India to compete against cheap Chinese products. Moving on. Being a relatively new brand, we also need to direct our efforts on increasing our visibility among key decision makers responsible for procurement. Therefore, following the B2B norms, we propose to build a KOL network that will improve our visibility. Now, KOL or key opinion leaders, as we see, will include renowned doctors from relevant departments like cardiology, urology, and also purchase department. We'll need to identify the key opinion leaders of each region who can act as brand advocates for Lifeguard. This will create a KOL network across the country which can be strategically engaged for different events, furthering our visibility. Now, this KOL engagements will be complemented by digital marketing initiatives such as social media, advertising, and email campaigns aimed towards procurement team executives and other stakeholders. Effectiveness of these events need to be tracked and improved upon basis the type of responses we get to improve on the marketing ROI.
Right. So in terms of distribution, it has been assumed that currently all of Lifeguard's distribution is done primarily through direct sales only, direct channels. So for that we are proposing a new split with direct sales comprising close to 44% and the channel partners accounting for 56%. Our primary goal for this is to dominate the metro markets primarily with targeted city coverage and centralized regional offices. For this, the direct sales team would comprise of account managers who will be handling the enterprise account and bulk orders, while the sales executives will be focusing on new account and relationship management. Direct sales will drive large hospital contracts, further boosting the revenue from bulk orders, whereas the eliminating middlemen would increase profit margins, while the milestone-backed contract should ensure secure cash flows. As for the revenue from direct sales, as can be seen on the left chart, below, we expect a total of $76 million, with catheters being the major contributor, followed by test strips and needles and syringes. And to be able to do that, we aim to grow our direct sales network from 54 to 80 locations over the next 5 years. In terms of our strategy for market penetration, it primarily revolves around prioritizing states and aligning the key channel partners. For this, we have divided the total number of hospitals into 3 categories. Into the top priority states, the secondary states, and the tertiary state, basis the number of hospitals that are present in each state. For this, we'll be leveraging for top priority states, we'd have anywhere close to above 2,000 hospitals. For the secondary states, we'd have 1,000 to 2,000, and for the tertiary states, we have anything below 1,000 hospitals. We'll leverage integrated channel partners and regional channel partners in the split of 40 to 60 for a wider reach in the secondary region, primarily by the ICPs. And while the RCP would be concentrating on secondary and the tertiary states to mitigate our risk. To be able to do this, we'll employ a push strategy by encouraging partners to take ownership of their regions, providing incentives like trade sales promotion, and also playing on a stock and sale model. Right. So as for the distribution, our primary growth strategy hinges on a distribution design and expanding network for higher market penetration. For this, we aim to cover close to 800 districts in India with 267 partner locations, each who will be covering 3 districts on average. The channel partners will also be chosen based on different parameters such as financial stability, market reach, and experience in the category. While on the other hand, we would also look to build trust, which is another vital cog in this. And we aim to do this by regular visits, sales training sessions, and technical knowledge support. We also plan to incentivize distributors with performance-based rewards ranging from 1% to 7% based on the target sales achieved. When you look at our distribution network expansion, we plan to grow to 187 distributors over the next 5 years across all the 3 state categories. And for this, like I mentioned, the split would be around 40 to 60 between the regional and the integrated channel partners. Now, the projected revenue, as can be seen in the below chart towards the right, the revenue growth is expected to rise to 100 million by the end of 5 years, with catheters accounting for almost 2/3 of the value, followed by test strips and needles and syringes.
All right, so now that we know how the consumable products will be distributed across the nation, next step is to achieve cost efficiency and supply chain control. wherein we'll be discussing Lifeguard's transition from imports to the in-house manufacturing. So on the left, you can see we did an NPV analysis from year 2024 to 29 for three possible sourcing strategies. First, the outsourcing from domestic market. Second, outsourcing from foreign market or the imports. And third, the in-house manufacturing. So after comparison, in-house manufacturing offered the highest NPV with cost savings and better margin. And on the bottom, you can see we have also provided non-financial factors. That is improved quality control, enhanced brand reputation, as was mentioned by the Made in India products, better supply chain resilience, and other government support like tax benefits, PRI schemes, and subsidies. And now that sourcing strategy is decided, next move to the optimal location for setting up the in-house manufacturing. So after considering and analyzing, we have selected Tamil Nadu as the most optimal location. Why? Because firstly, it's close access to major ports like Chennai, Ennore. Second, favorable electricity tariffs. Third, it has a well-established infrastructure, and the interest subvention of just 5% also becomes the prima facie why we have selected Tamil Nadu. So as a part of the transition strategy, we are gradually shifting from 100% imports in 24 to 100% in-house production by 2029, decreasing imports by 20% each year, while increasing the in-house production by 20% annually. So over here, you can see this green bar graph specifies the break-even point for in-house manufacturing. And 2024, we have 100% imports, setting up facility, order machinery, focusing on quality. And by the year 2029, we will be focusing on complete transition and we'll be ceasing the imports. So next, we'll discuss the scenario analysis. So market instabilities are common and it drastically affects the business growth. So herein, we'll be considering the three scenarios. First is the optimistic one, the best case scenario. So here the total revenue becomes the 7.7x by 2029. And the strategy we'll be using would be focusing on expanding global presence, higher investment on R&D. Actual scenario here, the total revenue becomes 6.3 times by 2029, which is all the calculations we have done in this deck is based on this scenario. Focusing on profitability, market penetration are some of the strategies for this scenario. Third is the pessimistic scenario, the worst case scenario. So here the total revenue becomes 4.6x by 2029. Doing the root cause analysis and cost optimization, market reevaluation would further help Lifeguard. And all these calculations are based on the sensitivity analysis estimated in the Excel sheet that we have provided, plus we'll be also showing in the appendices right now. So next comes the, here we'll be discussing the finances that support the target growth for Lifeguard. So we have provided the revenue calculation over the years, of which 8.2% is from the foreign market, which is from Bangladesh and South Africa, as was discussed before. And rest is from the domestic market. The ROI at the bottom table shows the 1.3 times to 2.9 times in 2029. So the cumulative ROI becomes 2.7 times, which is in itself is a great sign for Lifeguard over the years. And on the right, you see we have the cumulative cash flow for Lifeguard. It is negative for the first 2 years. The inflection point is the year 2026. That is the break-even point for Lifeguard. So the concluding slide highlights Lifeguard's transformation from a $30 million company in 2024 to $190 million company by 2029. The strategy focuses on industry connections, expanding market reach, improving product perception, cutting costs via in-house manufacturing, as was highlighted throughout this deck. This approach aims for 6.3 times revenue growth, secondly 44.6% CAGR, and a strong brand presence across 750 plus districts, and positioning Lifeguard as a market leader in the medical consumables sector. So next, these are the appendices wherein we have included all the reference links. Here is the current state of Lifeguard. Then we have done the opportunity scoring to defining and analyzing the market to identify the key product. This is the hospital distribution in India. We have also covered North India, South India, East India, West India separately, and then figured out the market size and revenue state distribution priorities based on top priority states, secondary and tertiary states. Then we have the distributive analysis for both direct sales as well as the channel partners. We have done it separately and then figured it out. And then the sensitivity analysis for direct sales has been done for channel partners to considering all the three parameters that we discussed. The revenue stream for Lifeguard over the 5 years. Then we have the profit and loss statement, what position Lifeguard would be in the next 5 years, what profit and loss the situation would be in. Then we'll be comparing the sourcing strategies. As I mentioned in the NPV analysis, we have taken 3 scenarios and followed by the assumptions that we have taken. This is the scenario 1, 2, 3.
I think your time is up. I'm sorry.
Okay, DCM. So we are just in it, the optimal location and the foreign markets followed by this. So that's all from us. Thank you so much.
I'm now inviting the judges.
Why are you manufacturing in India today?
when you're at $34 million? Is there any reason? Not manufacturing in India and importing.
So could you please repeat the question? The question is, why are we manufacturing in India?
Why are you not manufacturing? You're sourcing, isn't it, from China?
So yes, so the first step was sourcing the imports that we just mentioned.
That's the current situation.
Yes, that's the current situation for
And you
Lifeguard.
believe that by manufacturing in India, your costs will be lower.
Yes, sir. The cost would plummet over the years.
So why are you not manufacturing now?
No, sir. So the first step was we were importing from outsourcing our product from
That
outside.
is not my question. My question is different. My question is, today they are sourcing, correct?
Yes, right.
Or till last year they were sourcing, or currently they are sourcing. Why are they not manufacturing in India right now?
So our belief is that when they started the company, they wanted to understand whether the product they're selling, whether it will be fitting into the market, and try to understand what is the landscape and how to navigate it. Once they have a decent understanding and they have seen that within 3 years they have grown into a 250 crore revenue company, now they should be confident enough to move to in-house manufacturing.
Got it. Understood. Now, why do you want a manufacturing plant in Chennai? Because it's near the port? Is it because it will be raw material coming in, or is it because you're going to distribute all the finished products by the sea route to all parts of India? Other
So this
ports?
was one
What
of
is it?
sorry. So this was one of the major criteria, that is proximity to ports that we just mentioned. The other criteria we also considered.
Why is it port important? That's my question.
So because we over the next 5 years we'll be transitioning to Bangladesh as well as Africa, and over the next impending years we are also focusing on foreign markets. As we just mentioned, like 8.2% in our analysis was just from foreign markets for next 5 years. And over the years, we also want to get our revenue from foreign markets, because, like for South Africa, we just mentioned, there are various schemes that India and Africa are considering, and Africa in itself is an emerging market for India, not just for medical devices, but in itself for the whole medical plus pharmaceutical. So that is definitely a boost for Indian market. So we can't just ignore the foreign markets and consider only the India. So that was one of the main reasons.
Understood. And one last question is, why do you think Abbott and Medtronics have high-priced products, and most Indian companies have lower-priced products?
Sir, Abbott and Medtronics are very reputed multinational companies, and most of the products that they sell in India, at least 80 to 25% of the products are imported. And because of that, the landed cost of the products are high, and therefore they cater to a higher value niche segment. Means the
No,
products
they could also manufacture in India if it's cheaper, no? Why should they have to import it and have a high cost? Or is the product different?
The products is definitely different. Like Medtronic, Boston Scientific, these are companies which are solely focused on creating innovative products. They are solely investing a high amount of their revenue in R&D as well. And as for the Indian companies, most of the Indian companies are importing from China or other cheaper countries, and otherwise they are outsourcing their manufacturing and selling their products under white labeling by importing.
But basically, are you saying that the products are different, completely different design, purpose, or is the same thing, better quality?
It's definitely the same thing, but better quality and better innovation inbuilt into the products that Abbott and Medtronic are selling.
You've done research on that point,
Definitely.
and you're sure about it?
Yes, sir.
What if I tell you that Medtronic's products are not the same, and they're mainly for cardiac applications?
That might have been the case, but when we talk about equipments, we're talking about in general the consumables category.
Not equipment. I'm talking of cannula and things like that.
Okay, we haven't gone to that aspect as to which particular type of treatment they're focusing on. We have in general studied that whether their products are high quality and high priced.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have any questions, Nikhil? Vikas?
None.
All right. Thank you, team.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
We will now move on to the last case. It's called Ironclad. It's an Indian steel manufacturer with a 3 lakh metric tons per annum capacity for stainless steel flat products. The company is facing stagnating sales, declining market share, and stressed profitability levels. Under the new CEO, the department leaders have expressed concerns about rising competition, high costs, and talent retention issues. The question for them is, can they develop a turnaround strategy to revive the company and enhance its competitive position? So first up, we have Team Oroshi from IIM Shillong.
We just wanted to make sure if the screen is visible.
Yes, it's visible. Please start.
Sure, thank you. Good evening, panelists. We are Team Oroshi, Satyam, Shivam, Vipul, and we'll be presenting our solution to case 4, that is Ironclad. So Ironclad is an SS flats manufacturer in Gujarat with a production capacity of around 3 lakh metric tons per annum. The company's new CEO is concerned about declining profit margins and market share, and he believes that there may be several issues across different departments within the firm. Our market research shows a good 8% growth in SS flats demand in India. We have added that in the appendix. However, Ironclad has not been able to capitalize on this rising demand, resulting in low profitability. To find out the root cause for this, we analyzed the entire value chain at 3 different levels, as shown in this slide. Key issues were identified in operations, sales and marketing, services, procurement, HR, and technology deployment. Now that we have identified all the issues, we have prioritized and grouped them into 4 pillars, which forms our house of strategy. The first 3 pillars, that are procurement, operations, and HR, will form the basis of the corrective actions, which will resolve current problems and thus bringing our client at par with the industry. The 4th pillar, that is marketing and sales, will form the basis of our growth actions, which will diversify our product portfolio, hence increasing our market share. We've also formulated hypotheses for each pillar, which we'll be discussing in the upcoming slides.
Right. So before we move ahead, we would like to explain the flow of the presentation. So for the corrective pillars discussed above, we will have 3 parts to it. First, we will give you a glimpse of the issue at hand. Then we will elaborate you on our recommendations. And finally, we will provide a detailed financial plan for the same. With that being said, let's move forward to the procurement strategy. So our issue at hand is that Ironclad's raw material consumption is around 80% of the total revenue, which is much higher than the industry's average of 60 to 65%. Our hypothesis is that the problem can have 3 causes: poor raw material quality, high logistical costs, and inefficient supply management. To address poor raw material quality, we listed all the raw material inputs and found out that scrap forms the major chunk of it. As we can see, a scrap type called LMS, light melting scrap, has a yield of 90%, which matches with the melt yield of Ironclad. So it is apparent that our client must be using LMS as its core scrap grade. So we carried out a cost-benefit analysis of all the major scrap grades, and our analysis revealed that switching to heavy melt scrap in heavy metal as 80 and light metal as 20 can increase the melt yield to around 95% at an incremental cost of about 2,500 rupees per ton. We ruled out the other high yielding scrap grades because of greater incremental costs and unavailability in bulk. As we just established what grade to source, let's look at where to source it from. Based on logistics, average costs, and availability, we prioritized 4 sourcing destinations, arranged from highest to lowest ranks, out of which Bhavnagar seems to have the best viable option due to shortest distance, multimodal connectivity, including rail, road, and water, at lowest prices, followed by Alang, Mandi, Gobindgarh, and imports option.
Now that we know what and where to source from, let's see how to source it. For supplier selection, we recommend using a supplier scorecard to evaluate them based on various factors like scrap quality, cost, reliability, and sustainability. The weights for these factors were calculated using the analytical hierarchy process, or AHP, as shown in the bottom left part of the slide. For supplier and purchase management, we suggest implementing e-procurement software, which can be set up by the in-house procurement team. Finally, let's have a look at a financial plan. In terms of revenue and cost drivers, shifting to HMS can boost revenues by about 3.9%, while implementing e-procurement can reduce costs by 2% in the first year itself. For CAPEX, HMS will cost approximately 85 crores in 2024, with a projected 4% year-on-year inflation. E-procurement implementation will cost around 2 crores in 2024 with 1.3 crores as annual recurring charges. Altogether, these changes can generate an NPV of around 112 crores per year for Ironclad. A scenario analysis across different WACC for bear, balanced, and bull cases has been outlined in this slide as well.
All right, so with our first pillar being reinforced by solving the issues of procurement, let us now move forward to our operations strategy. So for the wider audiences listening, we would like to elaborate on two technical terms that we will be using here and which are very crucial for this analysis. The first term is heats per day. It means the number of times scrap is converted into molten steel per day by an electric arc furnace, which is referred to as EAF. And the second term is tap to tap time. It is the total time required per batch to load the raw material, melt it, and tap it out the molten steel from the EAF. Now, the issue at hand here is that Ironclad has extremely low heats per day than the industry's average, and with the higher rejection rate in cold rolling mills and galvanizing plant. Thus, our hypothesis is that the problem can have two possible causes. First, lower overall equipment efficiency, and second, lack of robust process control measures. Now, if you see here, at maximum capacity, hot and cold rolling mill can cumulatively produce around 4.7 lakh metric ton per annum. But on the other hand, our EAF is only able to produce around 2.4 lakh metric tons per annum, which is nearly half of what is required. So the real bottleneck identified in our operations is the EAF. So for the various causes that we identified for this bottleneck, scrap charging delays was prioritized using a cause and effect matrix. Now, talking about the current process, the scrap is loaded into the EAF in batches, where each batch is being treated separately, and thus it increases the total tap-to-tap time, which is required to melt the scrap. What we propose here is to deploy a continuous scrap charging and preheating consteel technology, where scrap is loaded onto a conveyor belt and is continuously being preheated using the waste gas from the EAF, so that when it is transferred to the furnace, it is already heated up to a certain temperature, and hence it will require lesser time to get melted. And that is how we can increase the heats per day to up to 16 while simultaneously reducing the tap-to-tap time and the carbon footprint as well.
So, with our heats per day improved, let's look at how to reduce the rejection rate. For this, we propose a two-fold approach, preventive and reactive. In the preventive approach, we recommend using failure modes and effect analysis, FMEA, to identify which steps could go wrong, its impact, the root cause, and any control measures in place. Then, a risk priority number, RPN, based on impact, occurrence, and detectability will be calculated for each issue. Post which, we'll take the targeted actions to reduce the RPN score. In reactive approach, we suggest implementing statistical process control, SPC, to monitor process deviations from the control limits. This way, we can see when the processes go off track so that we can quickly act on it. For interdepartmental collaboration, we have also created a project stakeholders hierarchy, as you can see on the slide. Moving on to the financial impact of our operation strategy, in terms of revenue and cost drivers, adopting consteel technology could potentially boost revenues by 4%, while implementing FMEA and SPC could help reduce costs by around 1% in the first year. For CapEx, the consteel technology is estimated to cost around 500 crores in 2027, with a major upgrade in 2031 and recurring cost of 25 crores annually. For the quality control software, the initial implementation in 2024 will cost around 12 crores, with the recurring charges estimated to be 20% annually. Together, it can generate an NPV of approximately 88 crores per year.
Now, with the first two pillars standing strong, by solving the issues of procurement and operations, let's move forward to HR strategy. The human capital issues include vacant positions, low compensation, interdepartmental conflicts, and an uneven distribution of workload. To address these challenges, we recommend using the COMPA ratio to benchmark compensation at par with industry standards using total reward strategy to attract and retain talent. For minimizing critical vacancies, we suggest combining internal succession planning with HR analytics in recruitment. Adding regular team building activities and conflict resolution training can help improve teamwork and create a better workplace culture. Now, to tackle the issue of uneven workload distribution, we propose introducing an account workload score or AWS and a delivery workload score or DWS for partners. algorithm for which is shown on the slide. Now let's take an example. Here a target AWS and DWS score is reached by deducting the workload from an overworked partner and assigning the same to an underworked partner.
So with all the three pillars of corrective action secured, let us now move on to the fourth pillar entailing the growth actions, that is marketing and sales strategy. For this, the flow of our presentation will be as follows. Firstly, we will look on which sectors and grades to prioritize, then which avenues to grow in, and finally, we will provide you with the financial impact for the same. So currently, as we can see, Ironclad caters to a wide range of sectors. So we recommend Ironclad to focus on 5 sectors, namely construction, automotive, consumer goods, energy, and shipbuilding, which is based on our prioritization matrix. Among these, the consumer goods, construction, and automotive sectors can be the cash cows for Ironclad over the next 2 to 5 years, which will offer steady revenue as the demand increases. Meanwhile, the energy and shipbuilding sectors, though slightly smaller, show growth trends that align with the geographical advantage of Ironclad due to its proximity to Gujarat's coastline and key shipbuilding ports. Now let's drill into what grades to prioritize among the chosen sectors. For this, we employed the Kano model, segmenting them into 2 key categories. First, the focus grades. These are the grades that will drive future growth, higher margins, and provide a competitive advantage. And they also align well with the high growth sectors that we had identified earlier. The second are the leverage grades. These grades are in high demand and will help Ironclad maintain liquidity and ensure steady sales conversion. These grades cater to industries where there is consistent demand.
Right. So while optimizing the current processes will certainly yield better results, we believe that downstream vertical integration will significantly accelerate growth for Ironclad by capturing higher margins. Hence, we recommend diversifying into downstream products, specifically pre-engineered buildings, PEBs, and value-added services, VAS. Talking about PEB first. India is one of the fastest growing markets for PEBs. Plus, 57% of Ironclad's current sales are in construction sector, which makes this a natural fit. Hence, we can expect strong growth in the medium to long term. In terms of value-added services, VAS, using a capex to revenue matrix, we identified potential services that Ironclad can offer in short, medium, and long term. Moving on to the financial impact of our M&A strategy. For revenue drivers, downstream integration and grade prioritization could potentially boost revenues by about 1.4% and 2% respectively. PEB manufacturing facility is estimated to cost around 250 crores in 2027 with a recurring cost of 50 crores annually. Machines for providing VAS should cost around 30 crores in 2024, increasing at a 12% YOY. Together, it can generate an NPV of about 79 crores per year for Ironclad.
Now, with corrective and growth actions taken, our client now needs to take positive steps towards decarbonization. For this, we propose switching to renewable sources of energy, specifically solar energy, in partnership with Rallis Solar Plant, which is located in Dahej itself. The wind power is also present in Gujarat, but the nearest wind plant itself is around 340 kilometers away, thus coming with carriage and supply challenges. Along with that, our EAF technology is also reducing carbon footprint, as has been mentioned earlier. Now, while decarbonizing steel manufacturing is a capital-intensive process, it will be imperative in future due to regulatory hurdles. But these can be overcome with access to green financing, subsidies, government PLI schemes, and compliance with National Action Plan. Now that we have proposed all these strategies, the firm would also require funds to deploy on the said projects. That is why here we have highlighted some sources of funds for immediate and longer term requirements. The shorter term ensures fulfillment of working capital requirement, while the longer term can support capex plans. The Gantt chart shows implementation plans divided across years. We have attempted to place projects in a manner where shorter term strategy implementation should fuel the longer term projects so that the burden of external financing is minimal.
Now, this is where we tie all the loose ends. So this is a comprehensive snapshot of what the expected financials attributed to each pillar over 10 years horizon. The revenue should grow to about 15.53 crores at a CAGR of 8.9%, while cost increases at a slower pace of around 4.6% CAGR. We have also identified KPIs to be monitored to measure the success of implementing all 4 pillars of our strategy. We have also added our detailed analysis in the appendix. This is the financial analysis, moving on to market research, EF issue prioritization, sectoral and grade prioritization, and value-added services. As Sun Tzu rightly said, opportunities multiply as they are seized. We believe that with successful implementation of all 4 pillars, Ironclad will be able to achieve established objectives. Thank you.
Thank you, team. Let me now invite the judges.
One question from my side. Have you considered M&A opportunities, given that one company is in stress and one company wants to get out of the situation? Sometimes M&A route might be one of the outcome to strengthen the overall positioning. What is your thought on M&A opportunities, and how would you consider as a part of the strategy?
So we have actually considered M&A in two different areas. So we have once considered Ironclad being an acquiree. We have also considered in the longer term as Ironclad being an acquirer. And what we think is once the firm gets EBITDA positive, it will actually generate more value for their shareholders. And that is why we won't suggest M&A at this point, because we still think that there are a lot of efficiencies which can be unlocked in the firm. What we have also ventured into is that, as we mentioned in the vertical integration about PEBs, we found out there are companies like Everest Industries, which is around 15 or 1600 crores in market cap, and they have a significant chunk coming out of PEBs. Their 27% of their revenues are in the PEB sector. So what we think is, once Ironclad has become EBITDA positive, and once it has enough cash or enough sources behind it to conduct a M&A approach, we can also look towards acquiring smaller firms to get to kind of inorganically grow into certain sectors which we want to grow in.
Got it. Thank you.
Pretty interesting analysis. So congrats for that. What I want to understand is, have you seen a trade-off between the use of a lot of HMS and increasing the number of heats? You want to go up to 16 heats, which is really, really high. 14 is great, but 16 is like you're pushing it to the extreme. Now, if you're doing 16 heats, you know that if you use more HMS, the melting time is increased. Therefore, the time for each heat increases. So where is the trade-off? Have you done a trade-off and then come to 16, or you not realize that the time will increase?
Right. So we knew that using HMS can significantly increase the tap-to-tap time that we have.
Yeah.
The actual reason that we propose 16 as our heats per day, because of the technology that we're using. It's actually Constellate technology. It's by Tenova. We have read their white paper, and we've seen the reports of them being used by JSW and Vedanta. And in those industries, it has actually increased the heats per day up to 20. So that is a significantly higher number. So of course, we would be choosing a relatively conservative approach. That is why we chose 16 as something that we can pull off.
Okay.
Also, to add to that, what essentially happens is that in the EAF technology, there are 2 buckets that can be put into the EAF. So as soon as one grade is already done, that particular bucket can be removed and the second bucket can be fit in. So it reduces the time to clean the buckets, and hence
everybody does that.
Yeah,
everybody does it. The ladles are filled earlier. Anyway,
Right.
that aside, one of the aspects about the case is that this morale seems to be very low across, and people blaming each other.
Right.
How do you sort that out?
So to answer to that,
I understand the economics and all that you've done.
Yeah.
What are the people issues?
So the third pillar of our growth actions was the HR, and wherein we tried. So the first major issue that we identified was low compensation along with low morale. So to address low compensation, we are suggesting using compa ratios, which will benchmark that whether are we paying our employees at par with the industry or less than that. So we can adjust on whatever shortcomings we have. And to boost the morale, we have also suggested where collaborative approaches like cross-functional teams. So the initial hierarchy that we established earlier, we made sure that we put people from all the departments, which will not, because right now what we feel is that all the departments are working in silos, and there is no interlinkages or any so we wanted to increase that thing wherein they get to see and get to know and realize more about the work that each other is doing. So hence we have made that hierarchy in such a way that all the departments are being integrated.
Okay,
And that we also think that low morale could be a cause of being overworked. So we have seen here that a lot of our delivery partners and our sales account managers are being overworked because some people have a lot of accounts to handle, whereas some other people do not have that much of account to handle. That is why what we think as AWS that we propose, AWS and AWS, we can actually reach to a very optimum point of workload for everyone, including the delivery partners and the sales partners. So this could actually help them getting a better work-to-life balance and work with own morale.
One last question: why do you need a Kanu analysis?
So basically,
why can't a normal customer satisfaction analysis not be good enough?
Yeah, but we wanted to understand that customer satisfaction along with the product development priorities. So as we stated earlier, that we wanted to focus on particular sectors, but it won't be we won't be able to pull off all the grades that are being used in that sector. So we wanted to see which all grades we should prioritize, so that internal developmental priorities that we should be focusing on. Hence, that is the reason we deployed the Kanu model.
Okay, I won't expect an answer to this question, but do think about this. Would house of quality analysis be better than Kano for this purpose?
Sure, we'll look into that. Sure. We'll look into that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I leave it to other judges.
A quick question, guys. What if, like Raj mentioned, I think the HR piece seems to be the crux of your problem, of the CEO's problem. What if your HR strategy doesn't work?
I think we have tried to address it in a way that it should work, but looking to answer your question, if it doesn't work, we believe that culture and the HR strategies that we are proposing are very vital for the company to revive back. The alternative of this could be, outsourcing HR. So what right now is happening is that the key positions are vacant, and if you are not able to hire HR talent, good HR talent within the firm, the next thing that we could do is outsource it to a facility who has expertise in this domain, and that is how it can be done.
Adding on to that, at this point we feel that there is a constraint of money as well here. So we cannot completely implement HR policies in terms of ad par compensations, because we believe that the company in itself is at a stress. And being in a steel manufacturing industry, it has a very high working capital requirement. So we do not want to put extra pressure on the firm, which would be a negative in some other way.
Cool.
Thank you.
All right, team. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So we have our final team, business class heroes. Can you share your screen, please? I still don't see it.
Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Nivedika, we're not able to see your screen. Could you reshare that? Or shall I share it from my end?
Can you screen plus?
Is it visible now?
No? Yeah, it's come up. All right, please start.
Hello everyone, good evening. So today we'll be presenting our analysis and strategic recommendations for Ironclad, a stainless steel manufacturer facing significant challenges. Our presentation will focus on financial planning and sustainability hurdles and initiatives. Ironclad is facing several challenges that are impacting its performance and market position. The company is grappling with poor profitability, loss of market share, stagnating revenue, and rising costs. These issues are compounded by management problems, organizational behavior issues, leadership challenges, poor integration between departments, and difficulties in talent retention and acquisition. To address these challenges, Ironclad needs to focus on implementing sales force effectiveness initiatives and controlling raw material costs as top priorities. So, our analysis of Ironclad's sales team reveals uneven revenue concentration, account load imbalance, and wallet share variations across the team. For instance, Yatin Ansari manages 23 accounts with a total revenue of 38.3 billion rupees, while Ramesh Chandra handles 46 accounts but generates only 4.7 billion in revenue. To improve sales force effectiveness, Ironclad should implement several initiatives. These include sharing best practices from top performers, balancing workload, and redistributing accounts, implementing a mentorship program, conducting training on leadership building and upselling, performing regular performance reviews using key metrics, and establish a quarterly review program for large and high potential accounts. On the cost front, Ironclad's profitability indices show that while its contribution margins is on par with the industry average, its EBITDA and gross margins are significantly lower. This suggests that a company is struggling with high raw material costs. To address this, Ironclad should focus on strategic pricing, implementing advanced planning and scheduling software, and improving operational efficiency through various lean manufacturing techniques. So, to tackle the management issues, which we consider to be the top priority, we propose that Ironclad needs communication and compensation restructuring. On top of this, developing key performance indicators and better pay standards will have a positive spillover effect across all performance measures. Two case studies provide valuable insights. The first is of Xerox. Xerox successfully turned around its business by implementing a balanced scorecard, team-based incentives, long-term stock incentives, cross-functional KPIs, and innovative bonuses. This resulted in improved profitability, increased stock price, more new product launches, high customer satisfaction, and reduced interdepartmental conflicts. The second case study is of Tata Steel. Tata Steel addressed talent management challenges through employer branding, boosting university visibility, implementing HR technology, and launching training initiatives. These efforts led to Tata Steel being recognized as one of India's best workplaces in manufacturing and achieving low attrition rates. Ironclad should consider similar strategies to improve its management effectiveness and talent retention. So, next, please. Moving on to addressing top line decline, Ironclad has significant potential to grow its market share and revenue by focusing on specific grades of steel. And from our analysis, we have found these grades to be top performance and volume drivers, which have high revenue. Some of these grades are 308, 431, AISI 410, and 430. So these grades of steel account for 99% of revenues and profits. Ironclad should also explore opportunities in emerging industries such as public infrastructure, renewable energy, automotive, and railroad sectors, which are projected to grow at impressive rates in the coming years. Additionally, Ironclad can leverage India's strategic advantages to tap into African markets, which shows promising growth in the construction sector. My teammate Nivedika will take it from here.
Thank you, Janani. Now, moving on, we propose that in order for Ironclad to capture a larger market share, the company should adopt a three-pronged approach. That is, increasing wallet share, acquiring new clients, and introducing new products. By implementing these strategies, we estimate that Ironclad could increase its market share by about 50% in 5 years, reaching to 0.19% of the finished steel market in India by 2029.
Now, to achieve this growth, Ironclad should conduct annual satisfaction surveys for medium and large accounts, implement account scoring amongst its high potential accounts, set wallet share targets for each category, and align incentives of the sales force with wallet share improvement and account growth. For acquiring new clients, we recommend that Ironclad conduct a market research to identify high potential sectors and companies and create ideal customer profiles for these account categories and develop specific account-based marketing strategies for these high-value prospects. Lastly, Ironclad could also establish a technical advisory board and develop a stage gate process for evaluating and prioritizing these new steel product ideas. Moving on, according to our forecast, to meet the growing demand and to support its increased market share expansion, we forecast that Ironclad needs to increase its production capacity. The company is projected to reach 100% production capacity by 2028, and this requires an expansion project. The plan is to increase the current capacity of 0.21 million MT in 2024 to about 0.41 million MT by 2029. This expansion will be in two phases. Phase 1, commencing in 2024, focuses on planning, will complete by 2027. Phase 2 will begin in 2029 and will focus on geographic exploration. Now, during this expansion, Ironclad should also focus on technological upgrades, such as upgrading its EAF, electric arc furnace, and rolling mills to improve the product efficiency, the production efficiency, and the product quality. Now, our financial estimate is based on a similar expansion project by Jindal Stainless Steel. And for financing this expansion, we recommend that Ironclad explore loan options available for steel infrastructure projects. Financial institutions typically offer loans for expansion and modernization of steel plants at interest rates starting at about 8.5%. And for this 4.5 billion rupees expansion project, we propose that Ironclad include a 60% debt and 40% equity structure. This debt component could be structured as a 10-year loan from banks with a 2-year moratorium on principal repayment. And to mitigate risk, Ironclad could maintain a debt service reserve account covering of about 6%, 6 months of debt obligations, and ensure a minimum debt service coverage ratio of about 1.3. We also, from our analysis, we also figured that raw material costs are a significant factor in Ironclad's profitability, with chromium and nickel contributing to about 90% of Ironclad's raw material costs. Now, to improve gross margins, Ironclad should implement strategic procurement and inventory management strategies. And these initiatives could potentially improve gross margins by 1 to 2% each year, reaching about 28% by 2029. Our key recommendations include monitoring demand, inventory, and price fluctuations to time purchases during dips, using future contracts to lock in prices, exploring dual sourcing strategies, deploying ERP for predictive procurement, optimizing inventory turnover rates, and negotiating better delivery terms. Additionally, Ironclad could also optimize logistics and explore power purchase agreements to further reduce costs. Based on these recommendations, we project that we project Ironclad's 5-year plan, and we see that its EBITDA margin could improve from 0.6% in 2024 to about 5.4% in 2029. This improvement will largely be driven by revenue growth from 66 billion rupees in 2024 to 144 billion rupees in 2029, and a reduction in raw material costs as a percentage of revenue from 80% to 72% in the same time period. And to achieve these targets, Ironclad should focus on increasing its sales volume, reducing its raw material costs, and improving its EBITDA per MT. Our sensitivity analysis shows that even if Ironclad achieves about 80% of its target, it can still expect to see a CAGR of about 53.9% in EBITDA over the 5-year period. Now my teammate Sohail will talk about the technological part.
Thank you, Nivedika. So, while there's a general welcome for green steel in principle, the actual adaptation is influenced by various factors such as costs, rising costs, quality, regulatory issues, regulatory pressures, and industry-specific needs. So, as Ironclad plans for growth, it must also consider the environmental impact for its operations. So, the India steel sector for ABBA is the sorry. So the India steel sector accounts for about 12% of the country's CO2 emissions, which is 2.54 tons of CO2 per ton of steel in production in value, which is higher than the global average, which is 1.91 tons. So the Indian government has also introduced various initiatives to promote green steel production, including the Steel Scrap Recycling Policy 2019, the PAT scheme, and the National Green Hydrogen Mission, and etc. In short term, Ironclad can focus on the increasing use of steel scrap as raw material, which is an immediate step towards decarbonization. While this approach has higher cost compared to using iron ore, it offers environmental benefits and aligns with governmental policies. However, Ironclad must be aware of the challenges associated with scrap recycling, such as quality issues and cross-border transportation. In the long term, Ironclad should explore more advanced technologies for green steel production, such as hydrogen-based DRAEAF and CCUS. Next slide. To determine the best long-term strategy for carbon neutral steelmaking, our research resulted in these technologies, and we have weight them on the basis of technological readiness, years until productivity, development cost, operating cost, and public acceptance, and the potential to transform into brownfield plants. So technological solutions are divided into two categories. One is CCUS, and the other is alternative reduction of iron ore. Among the options, H2DRA technologies showed promise, but they require significant cost reduction and capital investment to become economically viable. For example, industry estimates suggest that hydrogen must cost around $1 to $2 per kg, with a carbon penalty of at least $50 per kg. So to effectively manage its carbon footprint, Ironclad should adopt a comprehensive approach of addressing the three scopes across its value chain. So in short term, company should focus on, like as mentioned previously, it should focus on the raw material sourcing and procurement. This includes establishing partnerships with high quality scrap suppliers, engaging with suppliers that use renewable energy, and implementing power purchase agreements with renewable energy providers. For manufacturing processes, Ironclad should consider using EAF furnaces with renewable energy, adopting waste heat recovery systems, and exploring low carbon alternatives such as biogas or green hydrogen. So Ironclad can learn from industry leaders like Swiss Steel. Swiss Steel Group has actually made remarkable process by utilizing 93% recycled scrap as raw materials and low CO2 electricity. Their use of green electricity, hydrogen biogas, has resulted in about 78% less carbon emissions and than the industry average. Also, they have implemented circular economy principles such as reusing the EAF slag in road construction and using surplus heat to warm over 1,000 households. So for the downstream activities, we recommend to focus on partnering with green logistic providers and implementing carbon sink initiatives in the long term. Ironclad should invest in new technologies like hydrogen-based DRAEAF to address the scope 1 and 2 emissions more effectively. So over to you, Nivedika.
So to ensure the successful implementation of these strategies and to achieve its growth and sustainability goals, Ironclad needs to formalize important KPIs, establish clear accountability, and manage stakeholders effectively while setting capacity expansion goals. Key objectives include increasing the capacity utilization to 100% by 2027, expanding production to 0.35 million MT by 2028, growing sales to 0.42 million MT by 2029, and optimizing procurement to reduce raw material costs to about 72% of revenue, improving talent acquisition and retention, and fostering an ownership mentality in leadership. Now, each of these objectives should be assigned to specific individuals or teams within the organization, and clear metrics and targets should be set to measure progress. By focusing on these key areas, Ironclad can transform into a strong player in the stainless steel industry and overcome its current challenges. Before we conclude, we'd like to thank our professors for their valuable guidance throughout this project. And we'd also extend our gratitude to the consultants at Avalon who provided us critical insights. So thank you for your attention. We are now open to questions.
So the floor is now open.
Yeah, quick question from my side. The steel industry in general is a very high energy intensive industry, and the fuel choices you make uh, decide a lot of your cost advantage or disadvantage. So if you look from the spectrum of all the way from fossil fuel based naphtha to all the way to the green hydrogen, uh, there's a lot of option that we can create in the steel industry, but every option comes with a cost benefit analysis. Have you done that kind of analysis to understand what is the right fuel mix you would like to propose for the eventual benefit on the EBITDA level?
So we haven't exactly done a cost benefit analysis for the fuels that are proposing in the for the future in terms of decarbonization, but we did do analysis of the cost metrics that was provided to us for this firm, and their power and fuel costs accounted for about 8% of their revenue. So this was in par with the industry average. So we did not delve much deep into the fuel costs that Ironclad is using right now.
Second question is on the customer choice, like whether you want to target a specific B2C kind of customer, or you want to focus on B2B, or what is the right mix of it. Have you thought through that strategy as well?
If I may take this, we for our earlier submissions, we were given this data, and we are mainly targeting B2B. Our customers are mostly wholesalers, distributors as such. So that is what we have worked on, and so that's why we focused more on our product mix, and we've suggested which products to focus on essentially.
And on top of this, it also reflects on our account analysis. So we are mostly focusing on B2B and trying to develop bigger accounts, which will account for a lot of profits in the future.
Got it. Thank you so much.
Nikhil?
The crux of the issue seemed to be the guys not working together.
The HR part.
How will you tackle some of that? That seems to be the CEO's biggest problem.
So this is why we brought in the case study of Xerox. What they did in the early 2000s is that they made a tweak in their compensation restructuring. So their pay will be dependent on the performance of the entire company. So it is in their best interest to make sure this company succeeds and make things better rather than going for a blame game kind of thing.
If I can just ask a question connected to your reply. Communism failed because everybody thought that everybody else will work. So you're saying if it's dependent on the company's performance, I don't have to do much. So
No, that's not. Yeah, I'm sorry. That's not essentially what I'm saying. We're saying that we develop KPIs. So we say that if we work better, you'll be paid better. That's the essence of compensation restructuring. You will have a base pay, but if the company is performing really well, you will get something on top of that, a bonus. So we'll measure your performance through KPIs. So most of these KPIs will be interdepartmental, where you get better outputs by collaborating with your manufacturing team and your procurement team if you're in the sales team. So likewise for the other departments. So that's what we're trying to say.
So there was one slide which showed Ramesh Chandra and this person and that person, how many accounts they handled and how much sales they did. And you're right that it was very scratchy. It was not, there's no uniformity at all. But it gives me the impression that they're selling to end users directly and only a small part is going through distributors. Am I right? Or is it?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. In which case, isn't there then in the steel industry, probably more than 50% of the, or maybe almost 50% of the sales goes to small users? And would you recommend digital sales or sales from the website or participating with other aggregators on their online sales sites? Or should they follow the conventional method of selling directly and ignoring the smaller guys? The reason I'm asking is the small orders get higher price per ton.
So your question is like we can like, do you want to continue with the current approach, or there is a market for in the smaller players as well? So if we can
My
target
question
them.
is not either or. I'm saying and. In addition to what you're doing, should you be also trying to address the smaller guys by offering the ability to approach the company directly and place orders, understand what's available, get a price?
Yes, that is a good strategy. But right now, Ironclad is in a place where it is starting to lose market share, and its profits are declining. So, what we suggested even in the previous submissions as well was to make a strategy for the first year, which would involve them to regain some of this market share. So, the best way we thought we could do that was to use these account managers to build more accounts. So, in the longer run, like you said, it is very important to get the smaller players, the end users, and make the company more approachable in places where the distributor is not in the middle.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, team, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So with this, we come to the end of the age presentations that we've had. I now invite each of the judges for their overall feedback on the event, how the teams performed, what were their expectations before coming over here, have they been fulfilled? So I'd like to first invite Vikas.
No, I think I thoroughly enjoyed the detailed analysis, and most of them were able to cover a lot of issues that is pertaining to that particular industry and the sector. So that research and all the issues and understanding the problem, was quite depth from most of the team members. I think where there was a bit of a gap from my sense is that from an industry perspective, all those solutions are tested enough or matured enough or validated enough uh, to present to the industry leaders or not. That I have some doubt about that. So I think what was came as a very good structuring, very good problem dissect and bisect. and then laying out solutions, but laying out a plethora of solutions for industry to take over. I think last part, the conclusion part, was bit of a that there needs to be a sharpening of that. But otherwise, from step 1 to step 4 part, I think that will be fantastic.
Thank you, Vikas. I now invite Nikhil for his feedback.
So I think, and I agree with Vikas. I think the kind of processes that they used, the depth that they went into certain subjects was amazing. Just putting in the amount of research they did and go into some minor technical details here and there. It was amazing to see. However, I agree with Vikas that this isn't currently ready to go to industry, and of course, I think the right questions and the right mentoring is probably what will take this to the next level. And that's also because I think from a university perspective, they tend to look at things a little more theoretically, but just getting that mentorship will sort of guide them to get to the crux of a lot of these things and the right question. So, but yeah, really enjoyed it. Can't hear you, Ayush.
Ayush, you're muted.
Okay. So over to you, Raj, for your feedback.
Well, my perspective is this: all 8 teams, big shout to for them, because they have done a fantastic job of analysis. They've collected data, they've analyzed it, and that such a good analysis. I know that I look back at my own self at that age, I wouldn't have done this well. I'm 100% sure about it. So the analysis was very good. And some of the solutions, if not all, some of the solutions were very, very thought-provoking. Now, maybe there will be a couple, if industry were to look at it, they would add 1 or 2 tweaks and make it implementable. So it was not as if most solutions are not implementable. It just needed 1 or 2 steps more and it would have become implementable. And some solutions, we had gone 1 or 2 steps more, you would have said, oh, probably it's not going to work and let me try something else. So I think you're almost there as far as implementable solutions. Very, very, very close. Not like, I'm not saying, hey, this is childish college stuff, but really good stuff. So I'm very encouraged by what I saw. I'm very hopeful for the future of the country if this is the kind of things that are being turned out by and business school case studies. Excellent. And these are real life stuff. So congratulations to all of you. And I'm sure even many of the case studies, solutions which have been worked out by people who did not get into the last 8 must have been fantastic. It's just that let's say it's the loss of for the judges that they didn't get a chance to look at it, but also in some sense, if we sit longer, our joints will start creaking. So 8 would be just the right number. Okay, so you got a lot of reason to be very happy and with yourself and for the work you've done. This is fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you, Raj. Now we'll take a short break. We've taken the evaluation forms from each of the judges and compile the results. We thank each of the judges for their time today and for joining us in this event.
When do we want to have the results? Give the sheets to
you? You can give it to us now.
Can or must?
You must give it to us now.
Okay. Then I will accordingly fill it up. Because if you say can, it can be done later.
No.
Okay. Then I'll get to go to the Excel sheets. You'll have to give us some time.
Sure. I now invite Sridhar, our CEO, to announce the results. Sridhar, you're on mute.
My thing shows that I'm not on mute.
Yeah. Now we can hear you.
Okay. All right. So once again, to everybody who participated across not just this teams, but I'm sure there are lots of people in the auditorium from the colleges and others who have enthusiastically cheered the teams along. I can see messages continuously popping, which shows the enthusiasm across the colleges. We've had a very unique situation as I announced the results. A first time for us that for the second place, there is a tie. So there is no third place. There is a tie for the second place. So two teams at the same level in no particular order. So the teams tied for the second place are Team 7, Oroshi, IM Shillong with the Ironclad case, and Team 4, which is Hell Goats from IM Lucknow. Both of the teams are tied at for the second place. And the winner is also IM Shillong, Team 2, Strategic Trinity, which is again featured. So IM Shillong has been on a spree. They had two teams, and both the teams have won in this participation. I think, if my memory serves me right, even last year, IM Shillong featured among the winning teams. So congratulations to you guys, and it'll be good to get the teams on the screen. Yeah, so very, you guys must be feeling very proud that all this effort has paid off. So wonderful to see the results, I'm sure, from all of your side. Another unique thing I see when I look at the scores across is this is one of the closest Finding Sun Tzu contests we have had, where the difference between the top team and the last team is barely 10% in terms of the points. So it's a very, very closely contested competition. So wonderful to see each of you perform so well. As Raj mentioned, which I would want to second, that all of us have gone through this process in our careers, and none of us could have done. At least the ones who have white hair can really see themselves perform the way you guys have done at the ages that you are currently are. So there's really a great hope for things moving forward. Thank you very much. Over to you, Ayush. Do you want to let the teams talk a little bit about their experiences?
Yes, please. So I now invite the teams to talk about their experiences. First up would be Uti Moroshi from IM Shillong.
Thank you so much, all the judges, the panelists, and Avalon team. For us, it's been an incredible journey. As rightly said, it was a marathon indeed. It's been over 2 months that we've been working on this case, and it's just incredible that all of this has come out to be fruitful as we wanted it to be. We have learned a lot during this journey, and the synergies within the team that we have unlocked is truly commendable. So thanks a lot from my team.
Thanks. I now invite team Helgoats from IIM Lucknow.
Thank you, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank all the mentors who mentored us during the whole case. That was a big benefit for us. Secondly, I'd like to thank all the judges, all the members who worked to make this competition a successful event. My two key learnings. So I have been participating into a lot of case comms. This was one of the most exhausting as well as the most learning. The learning in this case com was the best one as of now. So yeah, it was a wonderful experience, and yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. And now finally, the winners who've been crowned the next Sun Tzu, Strategic Trinity from IIM Shillong. Over to you guys.
First of all, I like to thank you for giving us the opportunity. I think I will speak on behalf of three that we all are humbled by the opportunity that we got. And I cannot recall the number of nights, all-nighters we have pulled off for this case. And these 2 months was a great learning curve for us.
It's truly kept us on our toes the entire time, and every round has pushed us to do more research and do better in every round.
And a special thank to the mentors for sure. They actually helped us see it through a different outlook. So thanks to the team.
Thank you, everyone. I now invite Sridhar for the vote of thanks.
Yeah, I think this is this is one of the moments where I truly feel humbled, because the effort that everybody has put in, especially to special kudos to Ayush and a whole team of people. I can't even list out all the names, but at least about 20 to 25 people from Avalon get involved in conducting this every year. As Ayush would have mentioned, as many of you would have known through our posts, that this time we got a record number of about 2,800 entries. And so you guys made sure that while you had late nights and all-nighters, there are several people at Avalon also who have put in these all-nighters to evaluate it. As Santosh may have spoken, we don't take the easy way out of outsourcing the competition to a third party. We believe that by providing the efforts that we have done, it really challenges all of you guys. And I would like to say that it's not just the team of 8 teams which made it to the final, but a whole lot of other teams across in the second round have put in a lot of time and effort. But as Raj mentioned, there's only so much that we could shortlist, and each year the process is getting tougher and tougher for us to decide which teams finally make it into the final. And so it's kudos to all of you. Thank you very much for participating in such large numbers and making sure that the effort that we put in developing these cases and in putting the mentorship and giving you the guidance along the way is really useful. And the comments that we hear both on social media and hear from the teams really goes a lot of way in motivating us to do this year after year. Thank you very much to everybody in the auditorium, to the teams, to everybody from Avalon, some of the alumni who've also joined in to review this and be a part of this process. And of course, finally, a very, very special thanks to our judges, Raj, Nikhil, and Vikash. Unfortunately, Ashish had to drop off because of poor network, given that he was traveling. And he messaged me separately regarding that and has promised to come in the subsequent contests. But really, judges have taken away 3 hours of their time or more of their time. And so no less of a effort from all of them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sridhar. And with this, we conclude this year's Sun Tzu. It has indeed been a marathon, not just for the teams, but even half of Avalon. It really takes a village to organize an event of this scale. Thank you for everyone who's been involved in this.
Thank you.
All right. Thank
All
you.
the best.